years and have worked with many around the table and glad to be back on SEAC.
Well, welcome. Any other comments? Okay. We will move on to part C to part B transitions with Brian Dempsey and Burt Moore.
Walking to the okay. The clickers up there. Should work if it's on. And move the PowerPoint forward. And these spectacles.
Me don't roll apparently if the students are not sure what it has on it.
The SEAC representative for SEAC, is that correct?
Just. I'll find it.
Oh, right.
Don't worry, you know, I don't use my 45 minutes anyway.
Do you want to lead with a joke while we're waiting?
Yeah.
I know, right? I need to start testing them, don't I?
Yeah, the joke is that.
And you. He said. Whatever you want. Yeah, she's over the video. You know, Smith was on. Processing too. Said it to me, but hey, I saw this, how did I do? And so he sent me the application.
Without sharing out no Zoom,
So when
or
I got it,
just on that.
Okay. So it was.
It's not.
I'm gonna give this- it was a tremendous help. I'm be supportive.
Just there.
I got a couple jokes.
Okay.
So my son had to open with the 4-H meeting the other day, so he told 3 jokes. The first one was, how do farmers count their cows? With a calculator. And what's a cow's favorite party game? Musical chairs. And what do you call a grumpy cow? Moody. Okay, those are my.
Well done. Kudos to your son.
I think I
Okay,
got
I'm
the clicker
sorry,
working.
Brian,
here, so
what
we're sharing.
are we on?
It says we're sharing.
Okay,
Part CB.
Yep.
Says you're screen sharing.
It was sharing a moment ago,
Are you seeing it now?
not now.
Okay, one thing for the house.
Other farm animal shows, yeah.
That's all I had. And we only prepared for 1 month, so I haven't helped you prepare for December yet.
Have you watched the?
Remember the top of it.
Doug Blind Dad, just with the best gonna do dad.
But like a 15-minute story.
Okay, we see it now.
All right,
Thank
they
you.
can see it. We're good.
Good morning, everybody. The part C to B transitions, I know we talked about C to B transitions earlier this year with you. I think this is, Bert and I wanted to put this up here as kind of a post OSEP onsite follow-up. Reminder of what it is, where we're at, what our thoughts are moving forward, and then get some feedback from you and thoughts on that. So this is just one slide, and just in overall, I think most of us understand what C to B is, but I pulled this language out of our current MOU with KDHE, just as a general reminder. It's the coordination of awareness, child find, referral, the smooth transition from part C to B. Just a reminder for those that don't know. Part C, the lead agency is KDHE. Part B is us. So OSEP, after they closed their on-site visit for both part C and B, they were on site the same week in September, and they closed the visit. They wanted a joint meeting with both agencies. So not part of the on-site visit, but simply a conversation. How are things going in Kansas? What can we do to offer some help, or do you need any help? And what are you thinking? So part of the feedback, so part of OSEP's visit, as you know, as members of SEAC, was to do focus group interviews. And some of those focus groups involved a couple of parent groups, and they received some feedback from some parents. Some of that was about C to B transition. Some of the feedback they received was, and I put this in here because some parents did not experience a smooth transition. They thought it was a little rough. Their child was identified, but just the communication was abrupt, and it just wasn't as smooth as it could be. I think for part B, OSEP was clear to say it was only a couple of parents. They didn't feel it was widespread across the state. So any issues that they heard overall for C to B really might have been some pockets here or there, and that was really it. So nothing systemic. Again, that's why they closed the onsite and then talked to us afterwards. Some of what, as a reminder of what we currently do, indicator 12, we'll talk about that later. That's a specific C to B transition indicator that measures the timely evaluation and identification of children that are referred from part C to part B. That's one thing we do. We do the IDA file and gifted review, part of our business rules for districts that are in that review process. We pull files from 3 to 21, so we capture that early childhood. We don't automatically pull some files, but if they're in that cohort, there's a chance that we could pull that. So for all the questions we ask for file review, if we pull an early childhood file, those questions are asked, and it involves parent rights, native language, evaluations, and implementation in all of our file review questions. So we do cover those. I think OSEP, their input was, is there more that we can do? And one of the things we've talked about is adding a specific question or two for C to B transition in file review. We conducted our training for the next file review cohort The students will be told in the spring. We do the training in September, so we did it prior to the OSEP onsite visit. So districts could use the school year to prepare, use that training and get ready. So it's not a new question that we will push off on districts now, but it's a question or two to address for next fall's training for that next cohort. So I think what we'll do internally as a team, the proposal is to get together, identify a question or two that we might add, bring that back to you either January or April for some feedback, or any feedback that you might have in the interim as well, what you think we should look at specifically. So that's one area we're doing. The other things that we do is we meet internally, C and B monthly with staff. So it's a broader meeting to talk about. We have a running agenda, anything that's going on, and included in that is, are we hearing anything from B about Part C that they might need to know about to address? If they're hearing anything from Part C to us that we might need to address, sometimes they're case specific, that they get questions just like parents call me. They get the same call, so they bring that to those meetings and we follow up on those. That's one thing we do. We do at a high level meet, I meet on Bert's behalf with the KDHE lead, Tricia Wagner, and we meet with families together. We met historically quarterly, following the OSEP visit, and their feedback. We'll probably meet a little more frequently to work through some discussions and conversations about what we might want to do or plan. So those are things that we're doing at this time. I think that's what I remember. Bert, do you have anything to add?
The other thing I wanted to share, when Brian talks about the cohorts, we have divided all of the LEAs, I'm gonna call them LEAs because we're gonna get into this later, but districts into 3 cohorts. So if you're a co-op or an interlocal, you could have some of your districts going through the file review process on a given year. And then the next year you may have different districts, and the next year different districts. And if you're a standalone district, you know that once every 3 years, you're going to have a review by KSDE. And that's part of the file review process. So OSEP says you must review all LEAs once every 6 years at a minimum. And Kansas set up that we would do it every 3 years, which I think is a benefit to our state, because then we know what trend data we can see in the file review. And one of the issues that we were hearing about from the Part C providers was that the 90-day transition meeting that has to be held to where the Part C provider and the Part B provider and the parent get together and they discuss what the transition will look like as the child moves from an individual family services plan, which is designed around the needs of the parent. It's very important to understand the difference between Part C and B. Now, the student, of course, is engaged and involved, and if they have specific needs for related services like OT, PT, speech, social work service, something like that, that can be provided directly to the student. But you're really having a conversation with the parent about what do you need to provide for your student based upon what we've identified as a disability. That's important to remember. It's not an at-riskness. Once they're identified for Part C, they meet the definition of a student with a disability or a child with a disability. This becomes important when districts say, well, we have to screen the Part C students before we're going to evaluate them. And we had some systems doing this. And we were hearing that from the Part C provider, and it came up in our OSEP visit. And we had directly dealt with that system and told them, and we continue to deal with that system because they think that Child Find requires them to do a screening at age 3. And we have told them they're already identified as a student with a disability. You have 2 options. You give the parent a prior written notice that says you're not going to evaluate the child and why, or you provide a prior written notice that says we will do the evaluation. And for the Part C transition plan, you have 90 days then to get the child evaluated. have the IEP developed and the IEP in place by the child's third birthday. However, the Part B provider can also implement an IFSP for a Part C student that transitions to Part B. We have very few of those that ever occur because the IEP becomes the standard pretty much at age 3. But I want you all to recognize that a child could stay on an IFSP as part of the Part B provision. And then you're continuing to work with the parent, work with the child, providing the services the child needs. So this became problematic for us because we were being told all kinds of things around the state about screening, about the Part B representative not showing up for meetings. It's a requirement. So we've had to address that. Those OSEP heard about from the Part C interview that they did. And then we also have one network where the Part C provider wants to tell the Part B provider what they have to do once the child transitions to Part B. And that is outside the scope of what Part C can do. But they become so attached, I'm going to use that word, to these infant toddlers that they feel like they're the only ones that know what this child is going to need as they transition. And so they think the child needs to be in this setting, and the Part B provider says, well, we can provide that support in this setting. And we've had some issues that we've had that Brian, I know, has dealt with personally on that with one provider. But there are 30 networks in the state that provide Part C services through the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And those 30 agents, if you will, have different ways of funding their services and supports, but they're all tied to federal requirements, just like we are with Part B. They have federal requirements for Part C that they must meet. So when we went through the monitoring, both of us were monitored at the same time. So that's where we got into and it was a question from OSEP about, okay, Part B, are you aware these things are happening? And we tried to tell them, yes, we were. So I think as we move forward, we may end up having corrective action assigned us as a result of that, because they asked us if we were doing direct monitoring of Section 619, which is that 3 to 5 support and services. Well, indirectly we were through the evaluation process, et cetera, but we had not defined in our questions and file review, did the LEA rep attend the 90-day transfer or transition meeting? Did the parent feel like they were given information that allowed them to make a good decision on what was best for their child as the child was transitioning to Part B services? I mean, there's some questions that could come up that we're going to have to address. And Brian and I have talked about maybe we could have one question, break it into different options and pieces so that it all becomes a Section 619 question. Because if you're doing it right, then the file review is going to show you did it right. And if you're not, we're going to pick up something within that question that's going to show us that you're not meeting the requirement. But that's what I heard from OSEP when I'm sitting there thinking, well, they're kind of right. I mean, by having these meetings with Trish, Brian was hearing these things, he and I would discuss it. Then follow-up was given to these systems to say, this is the rule and this is what you must do. But as far as having anything directly in a file that said, we're looking at the 90-day transition and I don't know that we were that particular. So I'm just being honest with you because we could get corrective action in that area. So that's why we put it on the agenda. So you'd understand the dynamic of what it is and what the outcome could be possibly for KSDE. And it's reasonable. I'm not going to argue with it. I mean, Jennifer was supporting SEAC on the SICC. Still is. Stacy Clark works under Amanda Peterson, and she's been assigned to be the lead to the SICC. And when we have these meetings with the Part C provider, like we had one this week, we're invited to attend the meeting, and then they bring up all the areas that could be concern or what we're doing at KDHE or what we're finding. So I have a feeling what I've heard from other states, because I meet with other states regularly, is if the Part C provider gets a ding, the Part B provider gets a ding. It just seems to be that way. Now, many states do both Part C and Part B, which makes, to me, a much smoother transition. Because as a director, I had Part C for the first 10 years at Chautauquanet County Special Services Cooperative. I was able to serve almost every 3-year-old, actually birth to 2-year-old that started our programs at 3. And when we had to move it because the superintendent went to the board and said, I don't think we should be having a teacher go into people's homes, because that's where you normally provide Part C services, when there are half-clad men in these homes. And absent of the superintendent board, nixed our Part C program. So I had to have Greenbush. I went to Cali County, I went to Greenbush picked it up. Then we were serving 1 student or maybe 2. So I think it made a difference because we were able to build the network to Part B by working with the child in Part C. So KDHE, KSDE, there's been an argument in the state for years over whether KSDE should take on both Part C and Part B, but we can't get legislators to say yes to that. And I think it would be easier if we did both. The problem is you have to remember to make the referral to yourself. Because when I got monitored for file review, we just automatically put the child in Part B services. We just done a reeval. So we didn't get a consent signed for an evaluation. We didn't do all the processes and they spanked us for it. So I had to tell my staff, even though we provide both, they are separate programs. You can't consider them to be linked together. So let's not do that in the future. I had 2 psychs that did that, both of them. They thought, we're already serving the kid. We just put right in the services. It's the best thing for the family and for the kid. Yeah, but it doesn't meet the rule of law for what's required. So that's what I wanted to share with you, was just some background and let you know what we're dealing with Part C to B and what we could get in corrective action. We may or may not, we have no idea. Because, under the new administration, we're not going to have a Department of Education anyway. So it could all go away. That's a joke. I didn't hear anybody laughing. I don't think they can do away with federal requirements and 504, et cetera. So it's going to be interesting to see how this power play occurs. But we're going to have C to B supports and services that we're going to be providing. C in the sense of transition planning, B in the sense of that's what we do at KSDE. 3 to 21 services. Anything I left out or anything you want to add?
No, and thank you for supplementing. The only other area we look at through dispute resolution. We did have some, so that did help with the OSEP. Some of the issues that came up, we had actually received some complaints and were able to show them. We did investigate this and found that there was no substantiated finding on that issue. So that helped us as well. But as Bert said, it is what it is where we're at. And if we need to add a specific question with some subparts, we're more than willing to do that. Are there any questions or thoughts?
I have one online.
Yes,
Okay, hey, this is Mike Burgess with Disability Rights Center. How are you doing, Bert?
doing fine.
Well, great. So I had a question because there's a lot of effort going on in and around EPSDT, which is the Early Periodic Screening, Diagnostic, and Treatment, which is a subset of Medicaid. And under that, we're trying to really beef up. I mean, and there was Kansas got some guidance from CMS that we need to do more, and especially around the treatment. Because under EPSDT, I know most of you are probably super familiar with this, but in case you're not, basically that under Medicaid regulations, the state of Kansas, under our Medicaid program, has to provide anything that's needed to correct or ameliorate a child's condition. And so often kids with disabilities should meet that qualification. So we're trying to do a much better job of educating everyone in this process about EPSDT and how powerful of a tool it can be. I mean, and the legislature added $52 million to fund the services for EPSDT this last year, and that will be an ongoing thing. So I wonder how that factors into the services for both Part C and Part B. To awareness there, if we're referring folks or educating on EPSDT, and kind of on the next level of that, kind of what we can do to partner with all of everyone to kind of help it's a smooth transition all the way through. Because I think, with this referrals to the CDDOs and other organizations, and I guess I'm asking because I don't intimately know what this looks like on the ground. And I know we've got a lot of people in the room that probably can help with that. But, what can we do to help ensure that we get, a more, I'm trying to think, I mean, like the referral to the waiting lists and other programs, the waiver services and everything, on top of EPSDT, but probably EPSDT is the first question. Why don't we start with that?
Well, I think from a Medicaid perspective and what I'm familiar with since I did the billing for my district, basically worked with Greenbush as a third party to support that, is that you can bill for evaluations. And so part of the Medicaid reimbursement allows for a school psychologist who's properly licensed to be able to bill for an evaluation. We also have social workers and counselors that are allowed to be billing Medicaid as well if a service is listed on the IEP, or I'm assuming on the IFSP.
Right now.
I'm hearing somebody talking.
Yep, sorry, that wasn't me, but yeah, it looks like she muted. So
okay, so from our perspective, we're going to do the evaluation irregardless of any other guidelines or rules. And then what we do is we submit billing to Medicaid, which they may or may not pay on. So as far as this is concerned, I don't know if this is more directly medical related, where it's for medical billing for EPSDTs, or for child psychologists, or for psychiatrists, or whatever. I'm not familiar enough. I wish I were, Mike, but I'm not familiar enough with how Medicaid supports the EPSDT function as far as an evaluation, because it's outside the scope of what the school would be required to do. We're required to identify disability in all areas of need that a child may have once they are evaluated and found eligible for special education services through IDEA from birth to age 21. So we have that child find accountability. And that's what we implement at a school-based service. And here within my agency and my department, we do not have any direct connection to Medicaid. None. There is no employee that has Medicaid as part of their job description. Now, Stacy Martin and I take a strong interest in it, and so we've kept up in some of those rules. But as far as Medicaid, we're dependent upon KDHE to do whatever it is that needs to be done, and to work with the school systems directly or through third-party billers or through the public service consulting group who does a lot of the training around the state to provide for what is eligible for Medicaid billing, and then how do you support that through the codes and get reimbursed for it. Because we're supposed to be seeking reimbursement for any function that we ourselves provide that is reimbursable through Medicaid. And we do a really good job of that, I think.
Sure. My question is probably slightly different than that. It's really how EPSDT can be a tool to help ameliorate conditions of the students. And it's kind of another tool in the toolbox that we're not using enough. And so trying to figure out, how we can raise awareness of that, because while it may not be something the schools can bill for, it's a tool for the parents to help meet their son or daughter's needs.
Hey, Mike, this is Marvin Miller here. Hey, I think this is interesting because I sat on some of those phone calls with those set for the transition for C2B services, and that actually came up several times because parents were talking and asking questions. Why are they not getting from the school district different Medicaid stuff? I think that goes back to people don't understand that they are two different agencies and two different things. So I think your question is good, is how can we use this as a tool and to educate parents? I think that's something that's that's not inside the wheelhouse of the Department of Ed, but could be some jointly statement brochure that worked on together with SCDO, you guys and others to educate parents, because I'm trying to remember back 20 years ago when I was in that setting, we didn't know who all the game players were. As a
Yeah,
parent,
that's-
you're just trying to figure out we don't care about the alphabet soup of agencies. But unfortunately, the real world and funding does. So I think that's useful to look at a joint thing. I'm not sure how much education could be the lead on that because most people don't know about that either.
Don't they need it? I'm sorry, this is Jennifer King. Don't they, so you're talking, Mike, more about like making sure that parents get these resources and that part C function? Because I feel like by the time they come to us in part B, even like, we do about 500 evaluations for C to B a year. And those parents seem to already have a lot of that stuff in place unless they just move.
They don't though.
Okay.
Because like Kansas, that's why CMS stepped in, because Kansas isn't doing that today.
Mike,
And-
could you
and-
send me some resources? Just because in my role, I feel like I need to know more, and then maybe.
Sure. And what I was going to suggest, this may be another agenda item for a future meeting, potentially, we could flesh it. I wanted to suggest that as a possible, because while it's not technically an education, something that you can bill for and something that you do, but certainly coming into contact with students who have needs, like it's a huge, and we just in Kansas, I mean, and it's a soup to nuts problem, right? So even people that know, the physicians don't know how to access it, who to even fax it to. The MCOs, we're trying to work with the MCOs to do a better job of this. And so there are lots of systemic challenges today that are being worked on. But yeah, I would love to continue to have that conversation, because I mean, we talk about the waiting list and the impact on all kinds of other systems. EPSDT is a key tool to help us address a lot of these, or should be, because it can even, there are some waiver-like services that students can be receiving today, obviously outside of school hours and outside of school, but that helps the student to be a better learner. I mean, it's all connected.
Well, Mike, I think we'll work with the leadership team, and if they're in agreement, we can add this as an agenda item and lean heavily on you to bring us information that you could share with the group on EPSDT and what you would like to see as far as an initiative to provide for better outcomes for students based upon what EPSDT can provide. So we'll work together, and we'll see if we can get an agenda item for January.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bert. I appreciate it. And thank you, everyone.
No problem. I'd like to learn more about it myself, because I'm sitting here like, what?
I give Rocky all the credit. He was talking EPSDT years ago, and I'm like, EP what?
Leslie said she should.
Yeah, and it's a powerful tool. So I think the more we can all work together and work with
Together,
KDHE,
obviously, sharing it out.
yeah, that'd be awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It looks like, Mike, that Leslie from Families Together says they share information with parents regularly. So it'd be a good conversation that we can have maybe at the next meeting. We'll work on that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, Mike. Any other C to B questions, comments, feedback? Joyce, on the OSAP areas of concerns, do you have that separate PowerPoint? Because I had more slides than.
Did you send me a
Yep.
PowerPoint on that?
He'll come help you.
Just side note, when she was so lovely that they share all that information all the time, I'm thinking, my social workers on my team, like, they might share this and I don't even know that they share it, honestly. They share a lot of things that do people in different roles too, that.
Well, it just rings of a type of evaluation that determines the extent of disability and has a prognosis for what best supports could be provided, as Mike put it, to ameliorate the condition of the child. In which case, the parent and the medical professionals in the school need to work together to the benefit of the child. So.
Resources, yeah, just make sure we have people that we're
Yeah.
all sharing all the resources.
Yeah, because I know we work with CDDOs at a very early age when we had significantly disabled children. And we had them at the IEP meetings when they came to 3 years old and had them in services.
But we don't have MCOs usually at IEP.
No,
I mean, it's just too complicated.
I'm sorry, what was
the from Medicare, the
Insurance.
the
It's an
insurance. I mean, that's,
Yeah, the only time I've ever had MCOs are in usually my kids that are back and forth in like residential treatment facilities and you know what I mean? And we're really coordinating care back.
We'll just do it this way, Brian, and then I won't have to add it in. It'll be good, along with Sherry.
Already?
I think we're good. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So kind of dovetailing into this, part of the onsite visit with OSEP was a debrief. And so they point out some areas of concerns. They did some strengths as well. But I'll just focus on some of the concerns they identified. Now, they may be recommendations in their final letter, they may be findings, we don't know. These are just areas that came up in the onsite visit, which included all the review of our documents that we had submitted before that. So these are the main areas they brought up. The first was identification and correction of non-compliance. They talked about data collection, representativeness, some of our indicators. We'll talk about that as we go through later today. Are we getting a representative sampling or response on some of our indicators? And if not, how are we addressing that? The self-assessment file reviews, that is more about, as Bert talked about our cohorts, districts go through, they do a self-assessment and report whether they're compliant or not. And if they report 100% compliance, we randomly pull some files. The issue that came up with was whether or not are we pulling enough files to identify compliance or non-compliance across the state. So that's something that we will look at moving forward as well. Ensuring the collection or sufficiency of data review. This was specifically around indicators 11, which is the timely evaluations within 60 days. So if districts are not compliant and on that student, they just weren't evaluated and determined within that 60 days, but by the time this review comes along to check, they are eligible. So historically, what we've asked districts to input is just the date they were determined eligible. And we didn't ask for any confirming documentation. So OSEP's question throughout the onsite visit was, how do you know? So it was really encouraging. OSEP was really encouraging about, you might need a little more documentation, you don't need an entire file, but do you have the evaluation report or the eligibility determination form? In addition, just to the district putting in a date, the form would verify the date. So stuff like documentation like that, we have to review as well. The Part 16 monitoring, Bert already covered.
Just a second.
Yep.
Online, are we sharing this?
Yeah,
part?
that's what I don't think it is.
So if. Sorry, because I feel like they just.
Still sharing the first.
Yeah, I need to copy it and get it over to the other.
You don't have to, you can just switch what you're sharing.
What do you click?
We have the doctor. She can
Share.
fix it.
Yeah, don't ask me.
You have young people.
I missed it there.
Switch
to what you're sharing. Okay.
Yeah, now it should be.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, we're getting there.
Okay. So Bert covered the Part 619 monitoring, again, beyond indicator 12 for us. And then the monitoring of LEAs, we do cyclical monitoring. Bert touched upon this. There was a lot of conversation that week about LEAs in Kansas and what is that versus what we call districts. So we really emphasize that we do, in what you allow for 6 years, we do twice. So we monitor all districts, all LEAs twice within a 6-year period. So I'm not sure I think Bert's decided we're just gonna wait and see what comes back. We feel we go above and beyond what is required. The data, really, they just wanted, this goes back to the LEA. So what they pointed out in the SB APR, boilerplate language. A lot of indicators talk about districts which we report. A couple do differentiate into LEAs. And just being careful of what are we really reporting. So indicator 4 was an example that specifically talks about LEAs, and we use districts. So that's part of the conversation I think we're having next month in SPP APR about reporting that. And that was one area they brought up. I think that'll tie back into what we just talked about. The dispute resolution, there's a couple technical issues we've already addressed. One was our mediation agreement. There were 2 issues. We had a confidentiality statement that asked for signatures from parents, and it made it, it appeared like they were agreeing to confidentiality when really the requirement is to provide them the notice. And so we changed and put notice in letters along the confidentiality, and ensured the bottom statement was just you receive this notice. The second issue as well, informal complaints, if you go to a mediation. So our formal complaint process, the OSEP allows 60 days, but we squeeze that into 30 days. If you mediate during that 30-day period, that formal complaint continues. Unless the district and the parent agree to stay that complaint. And that was not clear. Our language said it automatically stayed. So we changed that to allow an option for parents to tick off. And we submitted that to OSEP already.
So we're ticking off the parents.
And we're ticking off the parents. We reviewed our tracking process for formal complaints. We reviewed our system. And one of the things that came up was our due process. We do track manually. We did have a gap. So the biggest gap in due process is there are time limits. And hearing officers can extend those time limits in due process, not expedited due process, if asked for by one of the parties. The hearing officer on their own cannot do that. So we are required to track when that happens. The hearing officer is required to send us the motion and then the order continuing it to show that it was one of the parties that asked for it. In Kansas, we don't get to due process very often, so they can be complex, so they can stretch out. So it's not uncommon for this to happen. We just had a file that didn't track it completely. We had a gap. So that's one thing we're working on. So we are working on more long-term is beefing up our dispute resolution application and kiosk. And we're working on that and making it more robust that will combine all of our current tracking for formal complaints and due process into one application. And then it's just a better tracking mechanism for data analysis as well down the road. We have a pretty robust hearing officer and complaint investigator training. There's no requirement for ongoing training. I think their comment was more about, are you ensuring that they're following up? So we do the initial required training. Mediators are required to be approved by the Kansas Supreme Court. Hearing officers have to be licensed attorneys and maintain that license. We offer TASE is out of Utah State University. They do quarterly professional development. We don't require them to attend that. And some do. We do track the attendance, and it's kind of hit or miss sometimes. So we'll emphasize that again with them that that's an option. We also offer the Tri-State Law Conference, and we did have a good turnout this year from the mediators and hearing officers for that. Our process documents, we do have process documents for everything, but I think this is an opportunity to update those, so we're working on that. And then this came up, and I don't think there's anything for us to do. OSEP question our expedited due process form. There is no extension within that. Expedited due process, 20 days period, 20 days total. The first 7 days, you have to have a resolution session or offering. The parties can agree to waive it, or just the parents don't want to do it, that's okay. But it has to happen within 7 days. They read that sentence that we extended the 20 days to 27 days. And it doesn't say that at all. And I think we even followed back and asked, where are you seeing this? And really didn't get a clear response. So I think we're holding firm to our form is fine. So that's why.
Brian, what
that's-
percentage of the hearing officers take advantage of that training?
Of the quarterly trainings, for the year we looked at, it wasn't very many.
Is there a reason why you don't require it?
Is there a reason why?
Yeah, I was just curious.
Why we
because-
do or we don't?
Why you don't require it? You said it's just voluntary whether they.
It's
attend
not
or
required. All,
Right.
what is required is the initial training, and Mark has a very in-depth initial training. And I think the other thing we rely on is to be approved by the Kansas Supreme Court. There's ongoing requirements for that for mediators. And then the attorneys have to get their CLEs as well. So a lot of the hearing officers go up to the tri-state and get their CLEs that way. So there's ongoing training they get
Yeah,
elsewhere. That's a great question, Rebecca. Any other questions?
Just one thing I'd like to add.
Yep.
When the hearing officer completes the report, that report comes to our agency, and there are no less than 3 people that review it. So if we have any questions about the authenticity of the background of the attorney and how they're preparing that report, we point that out as we review those. I review all of them, as does Brian and Mark, and Krista receives them as well. And so we're looking for both the content, we're looking for the flow, we're looking for the outcome. Does it flow with what was in the evidence? So we really don't have anything that says that we have an attorney that is practicing doing formal complaints or whatever, due process. Maybe one that I'll question, but I won't go there right now. That is not meeting the requirements. And basically OSEP was trying to say, well, how do you know? Everything was how do you know? But how do you know that they're conducting these hearings in an appropriate manner? Well, it's based upon the evidence and what they support within that document, and we review it. So it's not like they do it and it just goes in the file and nobody ever checks it. Because Mark and Brian will frequently recommend that they go back and look at certain areas and make sure that they're aligned with regulation. Or that the corrective action, sometimes they'll say no corrective action is going to be assigned when clearly corrective action was talked about in the document. So it's those sorts of things that we look for and that we report out. So I don't want for anybody to think that our hearing officers are not trained, because they get a lot of training from us as they go through that process of having to review what they've done and then add in whatever Mark or Brian in particular, because any substance, I'll ask a lot of questions, but I always refer back to Mark or Brian and say, I'll leave it to one of the attorneys on any substantive recommendations that they would have, and they frequently do. So I just want you to be aware those reports don't go out until they have been reviewed thoroughly by our department.
Did they indicate how they wanted to know how you, I mean, are they wanting you to sit next to the hearing officer throughout the process?
Well, I
or-
think it's that idea of how do you know they're trained? Well, they have to be an attorney. They have to have a current license. They have to be practicing. They go through the initial training that Mark does. We review the files. We know that they're meeting the requirement based upon the evidence collected and how they're interpreting it. And if they don't, then Mark and Brian are sending to them information that says, well, you said this here, this doesn't figure in, or you forgot to bring this back. And so it gets added in, whether it's a finding for the parent or for the district LEA. So OSEP was into everything. I mean, you talk about getting down below the roots. And everything was, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Well, I have a crystal ball. I look in it at home and it says, you know. So I'm just saying, it was very frustrating because they just kept wanting us to prove what we'd already told them that we had done. And that was the frustration for our team, is they just kept bringing that back. But I did want you to know, Rebecca, that we do check them thoroughly, and they're reviewed by 2 attorneys here before they ever get distributed and sent out. So.
And what Bert's not saying is when we talk to our sister states, it's the same questions everywhere. This isn't just Kansas. These are the areas of focus for OSEP this year. The team that did our on-site visit did Nebraska, the same questions. A different team did Iowa, but it was the same themes up there as well. They're looking at similar themes. Rebecca, to follow up, what we did start to with complaint investigators, because they're a little different, they're not always licensed. We do have quarterly meetings internally with them. So as Bert pointed out, we review before we give them approval to send them out. And then we have quarterly meetings to talk through any issues that we're seeing, anything that they're seeing. There's a lot of crossover with states on complaint investigators. So we've reached out to a sister state and said, hey, our investigators are yours. Do you want to start meeting regularly to talk through any issues you're seeing or we're seeing, or how to strengthen them as well?
I was only asking because I can only imagine the quality of that training would be great. And so if they weren't taking advantage of it, you know, if it was voluntary, I thought, oh, I could see them maybe picking and choosing. So
I don't know if it was the year, because frankly, so we attend as well. And so I've been on, so there are 3 separate ones for hearing officers, complaint investigators, and mediators. And they're conducted by the same person, Lenora Knudsen out of Arizona, very steeped in disability law and special education. And so it's a lot of the same themes, but there's 3 different groups, same case law. She goes over case law scenarios. So historically, I've seen a lot of our people on that. So when we actually pulled it for that year, I was a little surprised that it was that low, because it usually isn't.
So the complaint officers or investigators, do they get to go to law, and I mean, are they invited to law and all those same things as well then?
Yes. Yep, and they were all up there. So we do a pre-conference at Tri-State specifically for complaint investigators, because most of them are lawyers, they're retired directors. And that's that Wednesday before. We spend all day with them. Okay, any other questions? So I do expect probably a finding or 2 on our dispute resolution when we get our letter.
We may be doing training like that. As a result of the OSEP monitor, we may be creating training. So
required.
yes, just keep that in mind.
Oh, Joyce, this isn't working now.
Uh-oh, it was working fine.
Okay. My assistant's not very.
This is.
We had a discussion about child fine. This was one of the components of DMS, the differentiated monitoring and supports. It wasn't an area of focus for us, I don't think, but we did have a conversation. And we did learn the background was Texas, actually. Texas had a policy that they would not evaluate or do child fine until you went through GEI or MTSS, whatever they had in the district. And that prompted them to look at all the states. So it was an interesting conversation. It was kind of another one of those where we have it, they have a right to try this. And our process handbook is explicit that a parent has a right, once they ask for that evaluation, you stop, you do a PWN, you either do it or you don't, and explain why, and the parents have dispute resolution rights, et cetera. So I think we were a little befuddled that we kept talking through our system, and they didn't say, how do you know on this, but it just felt like, you know, show us more, show us more. But I think they were okay with us in the end on that. And again, the data doesn't bear out, you either through dispute resolution analysis, our APR indicator analysis, and bear out that we were really having any issues for that. Any questions on that? I don't think it's a big deal for Kansas, but
Well,
it
again,
is another theme they're asking all the states.
it comes down to, it's not a coin. It's actually two sides of the hand, and they're the same. One holds the parent, one holds the system. OSEP looks at it from perspective of parents first. So how did the parents' rights get delivered? How did they know they had an option to ask for an evaluation? That was the question. How do you know that they knew? Well, it's in the procedural safeguards, it's in the parents' rights, it's in our Kansas process handbook. But how did you know that the parent knew? So it's an issue of making sure that parents are informed of their rights, that they have the right to request whatever. Well, this is before we've ever introduced the parent to the idea of an evaluation or a prior written notice. This is part of the school-based intervention process that's required in our state for tiered interventions. So whether you call it GEI or MTSS or RTI, we have a requirement that students are exposed to appropriate instruction, appropriate behavior management in classrooms before people say, well, that's a special ed kid, let's just identify him and get him out of my classroom, which used to be the case. I'm just being honest. So now you have to prove that you did something to try and meet the child's needs in the gen ed classroom. So what OSEP's saying is, how long is long enough? And when does a parent know that they have the right to request an evaluation? That was really the question they were asking us. And that's a hard one to answer because that's at the local level. You know, who tells the parent at the local level? Well, we've got your child in tier 3 right now, and they're making progress, but they're 2 years below their peers. But we're not going to do an evaluation because they're making progress at tier 3. How does the parent know at that point in time they have the right to say, well, I think my child has a disability and needs to be evaluated. I think my child is dyslexic and needs to have an evaluation. So it's a real question that, you know, we have to answer, and state, you out there in districts are going to have to answer it too. When is enough enough? In Texas, it was mandatory. You must go through this, and we will not do an evaluation until you've been in this process for this long. And that's where OSEP said, no. Parents have the right to request an evaluation. You can't delay it because of MTSS. So that's what OSEP's trying to tell us. And it was very frustrating because I don't know that Lena's districts know what a timeline is.
The answer in special ed is it depends. Because it's dependent on
We have
each
learned
child's individual case.
Exactly, but how do the parents of that child know that they have the right to request an evaluation?
Well, by the number of parent referrals we all get, I'm convinced parents know. I agree.
And then it comes down to the child find obligation that we have. When as a school system have we made the referral because we know this child is not making adequate progress?
Or we suspect.
So my question also would be credibility there, because if we're, you know, obviously parents have that right, but also if schools aren't aware of that prior to a parent making that request, there should be a concern that the school is not moving forward with an evaluation. So my question would be, where is the focus on, you know, so that's interesting how you would respond to that, because how would the parent know? Do we not believe that the school has a credible system for monitoring DEI and processes for suspected disability?
And there's the issue. And the other thing is when the parent brings to the attention of the school, they've done a private evaluation. And the school refuses to do an evaluation because they're doing GEI, MTSS, whatever. To me, that is a problem. And that needs to be addressed. Because if a parent asks for an evaluation, you either prior written notice that we're not going to do it or we're going to do it.
Yep.
And if you're not going to do it, you better have pretty good evidence on what you're basing that. We always did the evaluation because I looked at an evaluation as looking at strengths, weaknesses, and needs, because a general ed teacher doesn't often know what those are. They don't know where the strengths in ELA are or where the strengths in math are. And so once we get an evaluation completed, we get to look at strengths now. Now we know what his strengths are. We know how to work with his strengths or her strengths. We know what the needs are based upon what we've identified as gaps. And then we can say, oh boy, this child needs specially designed instruction. We think we're going to do the evaluation, whatever. But I did the evaluation to determine those strengths, weaknesses, and needs. And when I used to do pre-assessment in Mulvane, back when I was young and in my 30s, which was 40 some years ago, I would write that on the evaluation form to determine strengths, weaknesses, and needs of the child. So we will be better able to provide services. And that's what we sent to do the evaluation.
Hey, Bert,
The monitoring system would have to be challenging, I can only imagine from that level, because general education is monitoring that system, but at the same time, throughout the state, it's
So
so different.
So
There's
different.
districts still using it as the means for a referral, not looking at, good quality intervention. So I can imagine how difficult it would be to monitor that.
It is, it's very, and OSEP is looking at it from the parent perspective. Yeah, Lindsay.
there was a comment online.
Yeah, I think it's Mike, maybe. I knew it was.
And we
What?
got this.
can I offer a comment?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So, I appreciate everything's being shared. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir at the same time, and Bert, to piggyback on what you just shared, I think the fine line in some elements here is one, the recognition of not only the acronyms. I mean, my goodness, Bert, and your SDI and all the other things you're using, the appreciation that the complexity of the system that's in place that has a lot of advantages, but what that means potentially to the parent. And appreciating the fact that there's a number of barriers to that parent, although the system is in place, like the slide offers. MTSS, RTI are not delaying. If anything, they're offering further supports. But understanding and appreciating the parent who's trying to navigate that, understand that, and also the general education teacher who's trying to do the same, and the data is there, not there, et cetera, I think just needs to be appreciated and further reinforced. I know OSEP, I was just there back mid-October. They're reinforcing that in terms of the parent, and how we can better support and engage them in a meaningful way so that they can be the advocate that is being discussed in this meeting and being reinforced in policies and the like. So again, I know I'm preaching to the choir there, but just wanted to kind of reinforce it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean, but I was appreciative of it because I'm always parent focused, and I think we have to be parent focused, but we also have to be child focused. And that's our job as an agency and as a district, is are we meeting the needs of this child and doing the best that we can, and not de minimis? Because I never looked at de minimis. I always looked at, if this were my child, what would I want this child to have? And so that's how we built programs, and we provided supports and services. And if I had to add paras, I added paras. I'm just saying. So I think we have systems out there right now that are confused over when they should be making referrals. But I agree with Lena. I never wanted for referrals. I always had a bucket full. And oftentimes they were kids that were doing fine in the classroom. It's just that the parents suspected they needed to have more. And I can appreciate that too, but I'll just be quiet now. But I think.
Whitney, I think, has a comment on.
Oh, another comment?
Yes, Whitney?
Whitney.
Yes, hi, I'm a general education teacher, but I'm actually going to school for my special education degree.
Congratulations.
Thanks. But I, as a and I'm also a mom of a special needs daughter too, so I feel like I'm all over the pool here. But as a general teacher, I question that often with our system here in Manhattan, just because some students have been in an MTSS group for years and years and years, and they are making that slow and steady progress. So yes, we see the progress. But as the years goes by, they're getting years and years behind because their progress is so slow. And I do question, do the parents know that they can request for testing, or they can request that? But I also feel like sometimes because we are showing that they're making this progress as in the general ed classroom, the parents don't know that they can request. And because they're showing that little progress through the MTSS, it's often that they don't get referred for testing. And that's a little scary to me whenever they go on to middle school or secondary and they continue just to be behind, showing only the little progress. So
If the gap continues to grow, then the interventions aren't sufficient. If the gap is closing, or then that's when that's when we're supposed to say that they're sufficient, potentially, not that we wouldn't honor an evaluation request, but I'm just saying potentially. But otherwise, I think the district should be bringing it to the parents, not just the parent taking it.
yes, and I have, for example, this year, just in my classroom, I have 2 students who, yes, they've showed little progress, and it quote unquote shows that the MTSS model is helping them, yet they have no SIP plan, and I'm like, how have they not had a plan? And our district has a new, or maybe it's always been there, but they're very adamant that it's being used this year. It's like a 6-week progress, like data collection. So me as a general education teacher, I'm supposed to be collecting data for 6 weeks before you ever take them to sit to possibly get onto to be tested, whether that's parent requested or teacher requested. So I just feel like it's a lot of waiting when the data is showing.
Could we introduce that district to Texas so they can find out what happens when you do that?
I know.
I do think you also have some new people in leadership roles there, so there could be some learning to occur, but I think just like in Texas, and that's a similar boat, anytime you make a hard and fast rule, you have to do this, everyone has to do this before this, or it has to be 6 weeks before that, you're just opening the door for a complaint and an issue, because again, that takes the eye out of all of it. And so I think you raised some great concerns.
And I've really pushed like why 6 weeks, because even, for example, not in my classroom, but like we have a kindergartner at my school who is extreme behavior, has destroyed things, and I'm like, why are we watching him do these things for 6 weeks when it's right in front of us? Like, it's just, I feel like
we have that responsibility if we suspect a disability, and we can suspect that way before 6 weeks, 9 weeks, 18 weeks.
Yeah, so I'm kind of a button pusher at my district school in a professional way, but I just feel like sometimes the 6 weeks is we're losing so much. Like, grades are always doing 9 weeks, and we're sitting here wasting 6 weeks on.
Well, if you think about that, that's basically a quarter. Then let's just say that's just for the sit process there, but let's just say we go ahead to an evaluation that could take 60 more days.
Yep.
I mean, we've lost half the year or more for that kiddo. So that is concerning.
And I think that we have kind of a unique thing Gary County obviously has even more, but Manhattan has a lot of students that you need to take special considerations for also, because you've got those military students who have moved all around and things like that. And so they could be out of there before you get through the process. So that's a reason to maybe consider whether this should be expedited, just part of that individual part. But then also different languages. I do think that's one reason, a positive for giving more time in some situations. You do want to make sure you tease out the culturally diverse aspects of some students. And so I could see a district saying, we want to make sure that we take time to tease this out without a hard and fast time for every student rule. But those are just some considerations for your geographic and your
and unfortunately for those kids though, they are now I grew up in Leavenworth with the military base also, and so those kids are never getting identified, and so now they are at a constant disadvantage everywhere, and at some points they're not even in the United States, so they're getting educated usually by on military installations, but I think I agree you got to tease some of it out, but I think that, man, it's really disheartening for.
Well, my point was the opposite. Like, if they move around enough, and if everybody's waiting, then no one's ever going to do anything. Yes. So that that was my point. Was the opposite. That we should do it maybe faster on those situations.
And Jessica,
I do appreciate that my district has like a plan and a follow, like everybody is on that, but I just feel like there are times where it is not needed to follow this week.
that would not meet the child find requirement, Whitney. It's not gonna meet child find if you have a steadfast rule that you can't make referrals until a certain date or time. And that's why Texas got hammered by OSEP. And if your district were to be reviewed, your district's going to get hammered.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Whitney, but doesn't that co-op have all new leaderships or at least 2 new leaders?
Yes, in the last couple of years, we've had some our superintendent is newer, and our director of SPED is new. And
Your
then
director of SPED, do you have a coordinator that's new also, maybe?
I feel like we've added a lot of new recently. And so I've taken notes in this, and I'm just going to send it on to who I feel like best needs to see these notes. Just a heads up for them.
And to couple that, and my position here is that parent representative, a parent of a child with two children with disabilities. I'm hearing countlessly from parents with the fact that they're dealing with a long-term sub, or they're dealing with a professional that's not endorsed, or they're dealing with the fact that large class sizes. We all know, again, preaching to the choir for the districts there, that we don't have enough teachers. And so some of the things we're talking about, and Bert, I love your perspective and what you've experienced and that context, which is so rich. But when I'm hearing from Blue Valley, and I'm not sure if they're there today, the fact that their elementary educators are given a day a month now, because of the fact that they're concerned about retention and burnout, to be able to collaborate. That's Blue Valley. That's just concerning. And the number of requests we're getting constantly from districts about personnel. And it's just the times that are changing, the realities we're working in also need to be factored into this consideration. That's all. So thanks for letting me rant.
Well, we appreciate the comment, and Jessica's been trying to get a comment from you for a while.
So going back to OSEP's concern of how parents know, are there any requirements for parents to understand what MTSS is? So like students are put into this process, but do districts, any policies that explain what that is? And could that be where we tell parents, hey, you're now in tier 2, like this is what that means moving forward?
I just wonder how many parents even know that their child's in a tier.
Right.
But I was gonna say, I think about our district, and we do get, we get a letter stating they're going to be pulled for groups, but I don't think anywhere in there does it mention tier or MTSS. Now, I know because I'm in the education system, but I don't know that everyone does. But this kind of segues to something that we've talked about for future, the January meeting. And some of that is that, again, that general ed collaboration, top down, because we are seeing it to tier 3 and beyond, but there's this gap between. And, how can we get better collaboration and information to? And I'm spoiler alert, but because I'm going to say this again, because for some reason I'm championing this cause right now, in my heart is, we are here today. We have quarterly meetings. We have monthly meetings. We have Greenbush meetings. We have all kinds of things in the special ed world to keep us on the up and up of what's going on. And at the state level, we have superintendent, meetings bi-monthly. And the theories are all that as directors and those as superintendents pass that all along, all the way down through the system, but it's not necessarily what happens. And so when does gen ed admin building level principals ever really get this? And then how do we get that from them on down? And so that's something like we've talked about, and it's going to be on our agenda next month. So I don't want to necessarily hash this out for hours, because I think, there's a lot of work to be done there. I know that Casey's already taken on some of that. And it came up yesterday in Kelly mentoring, but we've got to get somewhere, we've got to loop that group in. And they have one principal, conference a year. Are we at that table? Can we get other meetings? Can we get at that table? And because they just don't know. And that's come out, I think. I haven't been to the Casey meetings, but the feedback I'm hearing from that is they want more information, and there's a desire for some of that. They don't like what we have to say oftentimes, but they need to know it, because they're ultimately, if there is that complaint, it goes back to that district or LEA, however you want to put that. And so they're the ones responsible. And so
we've got to figure out a way to really get to them, and get at that level.
I think that most districts do have a policy, rather, now, I mean, it's one thing I know to have something written down, another thing to have it actually actively being
Right.
discussed. I think if you went to any district and asked what their policy is, they could tell you that they do have a policy, it just may not always happen. I think that's the problem, is finding the time to make that really happen, but like, there are bigger districts that, like you were saying, it's like Wichita, for example, they have principals meetings monthly, so they do get together like, you know, more often, but then, and I think small districts could probably like, well, maybe that'd be really easy, we have 2 elementary principals, that'd be super easy to talk to each other. But you get those in between districts, and I feel like that's where it's a
Well,
challenge.
I mean, and I met with my districts, but I think there's something richer to come from the bigger level than just
More than you.
Lindsay coming
I
in,
see-
right?
I see what you
Like,
mean.
it's nice when we're all at the table throwing out all of our ideas and all of our knowledge, because then it's just not me on my soapbox or whatever. So after a law conference this year for the first time, and I don't know why it took me this many years to have an idea, but like I started sending out PowerPoints from that to them. Now I can't make them read it. We don't have a time necessarily to discuss it. And maybe it is just now what the area I can impact the most is maybe I go to the league principals meeting or whatever, but I just think it would be nice from a state level to say, hey, we need to get this information out. We feel that way in SPED because we get it out all the time. Our state group is always talking to us, and I mean, we're getting fed and fed and fed. And if you're not, then you're sleeping. I don't know, because it's always there. And I think that needs to be fed at all levels, not just SPED. And SPED's getting part of KISA. And if SPED's a part of KISA, they're gonna be a lot more interested and wanna know a lot more. Cause I get a lot more calls right now on when I'm gonna be at the next meeting regarding KISA. So, now how do we get that to them? And that's just SPED. That's not even MTSS. That's not 504 per se.
But one of the things I've been doing, and I've told my team, I don't want to implement a lot of change until I get the report. And we have a chance to look at the report and to verify that we agree or we disagree, and we have feedback to OSEP. And then when we have that final report that has any corrective action, that is going to be widespread. That is going to be statewide. That is not going to be something that we put under the ground and say, well, we're glad that's over and now let's just move on. That's something that the state board will be hearing about. And that's where we get the opportunity to really hit populations with, if this comes up, then it's an area that we have to do corrective action on, which requires training and professional development, which we will then widely get across the state. So right now I'm telling them, because it's part of the requirement within the state board outcomes, that they have a multi-tiered system of support. But we don't tell them how to develop it. We don't tell them how to design it. They can join the MTSS TASN project, where it's a structured relationship that they develop. But if they choose not to do that, then they say they have it, but what really is it? And how's it being implemented? And is it being implemented with fidelity, or is it just?
And how do we know?
Well, one way we know is because of all the ones on the state assessments.
Right?
That's one way we know.
I mean, to bring OPS back in, again, that's SPED, but for the gen ed side, how do we know?
And that's something we'll have to ask them to provide, because I can't send it to Lena and Lindsay and all the directors and say, now you fix it, when it's done at the gen ed level. They're gonna have to be at the table. That's all there is to say about it. Yes, go ahead.
Melanie House, State Board of Ed. I just want to chime in that, so I spend a lot of Thursday mornings with Greenbush, for instance, and so when you talk about reaching principals, I think, well, that's a top down. What are they getting from their superintendent? Are they talking about it in their district? And I wonder, like in the back of my mind, are there disproportionate numbers of complaints coming from rural versus urban, small versus large school districts? I feel like there are probably some interesting numbers there, but what message is coming from the superintendent to the principals? And then how are we reaching those superintendents? And so I would love to see more presentations like this one in front of superintendents at the service centers, because that may be a better way to reach them. It's almost a marketing problem, right? How do you get in front of them with the information that they need to hear? And I think they're going to be responsive, maybe more so, to hearing about the problems. If you were providing a list on a monthly or quarterly basis, these are the school districts that have had issues with these things, and these are the corrective actions that are being taken, they're going to pay attention to that.
So you're already reading my mind
Well,
because I've actually reached out to some regions that said, you know, what are some items that you feel are important for a superintendent to hear? Because clearly the agendas are very different. When you have two different worlds, we hire experts and oftentimes they view the special education as the expert. And they're taking ownership for much of this and they are not. And who is the LEA? Who's gonna get the formal complaint? Who's gonna get the due process? Who gets the slap on the hand for IDA? Not the SPED director, the district. So that is one conversation I've had with the team is we need to have it an important topic to have special education at the table. Someone else is not responsible for this. You are responsible for this, and you should be thankful for that person giving you feedback about SPED law. And so I think there's that ownership of who is the LEA, and you should be thankful for this person giving you this information, but it's not a SPED kid, it's a general education student who receives services. And usually the person for this remote implementation is the most knowledgeable. So that sometimes is how do we, my thinking just is like, how do we build this bridge? In some aspects, I think we probably enabled general education over the years, and it's how do we now help build that local capacity? And that is, I'm glad you mentioned that because that has been something that has been building. And so.
Well, the other one that came up in the kiosk, I have a kiosk report here later on, this came up in kiosk also and asking if we could almost have a slide either bi-monthly or monthly in the superintendent's forum that Dr. Watson or Ben and Dr. Harwood are doing now, just so that there's another opportunity to put some information out there for those people. So that, I know we brought that up then, so. Anyways, like I said, this is a huge topic and it'll be back in January, but I think it goes to all of these topics. We kind of went another way, but.
No, I like this conversation. That's what you're here for, is to give us guidance and give us ideas on what we need to be doing to do a better job of canvassing our state.
Again, this came up yesterday in the Kelly mentoring, so new leaders, and we know that in our world, there's so much change every year. But surrounding some of that gen ed conversation in terms of differentiation and things like that, and even at this higher learning area, but the impact we talked about yesterday of scripted curriculum and what that then has had on teachers to find you need more in this area. So I have to leave the script to go get more in this area to supplement, right? And that, but we're so scripted right now and we can't, we're struggling. Some of our young people are struggling to then pull, but some of them also are not fully trained. You know what I mean? They're learning on the fly, so.
I think one thing, Bert, with general education, building principals and superintendents, I mean, there absolutely should never be a dictated timeline if there's ever comments or concerns about a suspected disability, period. And that's what you had mentioned. But one thing they do not understand is specially designed instruction. What is so special about special education and how does it look different? And in the specially designed instruction Kansas policy, in your little handbook that was created, it's phenomenal guidance. And even in just doing some professional learning with superintendents and principals, they clearly do not know.
No.
They clearly do not know.
I agree. And that's why they send it to the special ed director. Right, Lena? Right, Lindsay?
Hey, sorry, Brian.
That's great.
I agree with Bert, great conversation. Any other questions or comments?
Jennifer Flores has a hand up. On Zoom.
Okay. Sorry, I'm on Zoom. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had this thought and then the conversation trailed off to some amazing places, but it was back when we were talking about, from the parent lens, and as a parent to 3 kiddos in special education with IEPs, and then also being a special education teacher, before I got into this field, I did not feel very aware of what was going on with my kiddos or what my rights were. The only requirement really is that we send out, those parent rights once a year at those IEP meetings. And, of course you can ask questions as a parent, but you don't know what you don't know. And, thinking through the lens of a teacher, but also a parent, I wonder if, as we're talking about all of these things, maybe coming up in January, not only having these topics brought up more often with, administrators, but also having maybe some information in smaller chunks being sent out to parents to educate them about their student rights or what's going on, with their students in regards to their special education services. Because also working at a Title I school and just knowing those parents and having been one of those parents, you get that 72-page, PDF in your email, and the last thing you're thinking about is reading it word for word when you've got life happening. It's not that you don't want to, but where most of our parents don't either have the time or the ability. So just thinking about the population that I serve. So I think that it would be amazing if there was some way to chunk that into smaller sections for our parents, or even offer like information sessions for them, or some way where they can be more involved, because I don't think it's a lack of wanting to. I think it's so overwhelming and it's so much information and it's so foreign to them compared to, just everyday life.
I think, this is Lindsay, I think that you bring up a fabulous point, because something that did come up, maybe it's through the OSEP, maybe it was a dream, I really don't know at this point, but we give them that document, but how do we know that they understand what's in that document, right? And I recently was in a meeting just on Monday afternoon of somebody who it's been building to be potentially contentious, and because the student had not qualified and they were actually qualifying this time. And I found out during that meeting how much I need to do a better job of educating my staff to be able to speak to their rights. Because I found myself stopping during that meeting and explaining parents' rights to them, just because we were glossing over or moving through the IEP and that was it, but not saying, you have a right, or if this doesn't work, you can ask for a meeting and this is how that works. And, or glossing through even what's in our IEP documents as law, but we're like, going quickly through all that stuff and stopping to say, let me explain to you what that means. And so, I found that out sitting in that meeting again, just this week, how much some of my new staff, but I'm sure it's my old staff too, I need to revisit educating them to talk about it. I think we get nervous because we don't want 300 more IEP meetings or 300 more evaluations to do. And I totally understand that, because my staff is not bored, but at the same time, we're doing a disservice if we don't educate. Marvin?
Yeah, that's Marvin here, and Mike Burgess, if you're still there, you might want to comment on this, because we probably did this, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. DRC put together basically a 30-page easy guide that covers the majority of the parent rights. You can still get into the deep stuff. Mike, do you know what I'm talking about?
I think he's
Okay, so it's 30
I can
special
speak
education.
to that, Marvin.
Oh,
if
okay,
you
go
want.
ahead.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
thanks.
'cause- yes.
Yeah, so DRC and Families Together work together on those one-pagers. And yeah, they're great because they're kind of put some things into simplified language. We also have a parent guide at Families Together that is very comprehensive and family friendly. The other thing that I might add is just to remember when you're working with and talking with folks, to remind them when they give those parent rights or when they talk about educating parents about the process, that's what we're here for, that Families Together has team members across the state, that's what they're doing, Monday through Friday. So, having an educator say, this is a resource for you, rather than them coming upon that at the end of that document, I think would be so helpful. The other thing since I'm talking, I will say that all of our individualized assistance and all of our training includes information about child find, also about GEI and, MTSS, RTI, all of those things are discussed. And I agree with everyone that parents oftentimes don't know as much as we wish they did. But that said, I will also say that, we ask the question, how many of you have heard of MTSS? That's a common question we ask as we start some of our training. And more hands go up than, used to. So I also want to say that I think that part is a little better than it's been in the past. I think some of the continued confusion is that that's something that can happen either prior to or simultaneously with also special education services. I still think there are people that view that as something that has to happen before a child can be identified. And I'm not in all cases, but sometimes I feel like it's still thought of that way. Anyway, I will stop talking, but I just wanted to remind everyone that, Families Together is the Parent Training Information Center, and we are here to talk to any family that you send our way.
Lovely, thank you. We love that relationship. Autumn, go ahead, and then I think we're gonna wrap this up maybe after Autumn's comment.
I do know sometimes I get concerned when it comes like parents' rights now. We have a large population from Guatemala who speak a Guatemalan language that there is no written language for it. And then we do the IEPs in Spanish, or Spanish is their second language, and they don't read Spanish. So when we give them the paper copy of the parents' rights in Spanish, they're unable to read it, but there's no way to give them a written version in their language because there is no written. So I get concerned sometimes on how well they are aware of their parents' rights when they're basically illiterate. They're unable to, there's no print they can read.
It's a great point. And if the requirement then is you have to figure out how to do that, whether it's interpretation, but still, if you're interpreting a 30-page document, what are they going to retain? And I just wanted to end, I know I'm on the back end, but what I tell parents is I'm not gonna go through 30 pages, but I will tell you, you always have recourse. And so if you don't take anything from that parental rights document, always remember there's something more you can do. You might not be successful, but you can always do something. So always, I tell them, so to establish our relationship and maintain that with Lena, go into it with the back of your head. Look, if I don't like what Lena ends up doing or saying, there's more I can do. And I think it has helped some parents on the back end calm down, have that relationship ongoing. So I do like though, Melanie and Rebecca's and everybody's point about how do we get ahead of it and inform parents ahead of time of what everything is. So I agree with Bert, great discussion.
And we'll, like I said, we will bring this back next month for some further conversation. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I do want to kind of keep us to the agenda. So I'm going to let Brian wrap up and then.
Next slide.
I think Whitney has
Whitney?
I was just gonna do a follow-up of my comment. So I did call my principal to double check that was our process here, and she said that to refer a kid to SPED, there is no 6-week like documentation. But like if I were to take a kid from the general ed to like the SIT because I felt like maybe the MTSS wasn't meeting to what they needed to, then to go to a SIT process or behavior plan, we do have where we keep data for 4 to 6 weeks before, because we want to ensure that this didn't work or this did work. But for a child to be referred to SPED by a team, there's not a 6-week. So I just wanted to clarify that there are some things in our set they are suggesting that 4 to 6 weeks of documentation, but for some there is a speedy, let's get it going for SPED.
Thank you for that.
I also add something really quickly. So there was a comment, I was listening to the conversation. There was a comment made about what superintendents and principals do or do not know. I think we need to be cautious about painting one group or any group with such a broad brush. Is there data that supports that assumption? Do we have anything more than just anecdotal information? I too also would say for my district, we don't have a 6-week minimum requirement. So I think we need to be careful in the language that we use about particular groups. Everybody's out there doing their very best, trying to do right by kids, and to demonize one group or just say something that could be conceived as disparaging, I think we need to be cautious about as a committee because it impacts our own integrity in the public facing, arena. Just my 2 cents.
I was gonna say in your defense, I don't think that was Lindsay's defense. I don't think that was her intent. I think her intention was we can't expect this group who has like so many responsibilities and maybe didn't have a SPED background to know all these things, that we have to support them. I think she comes up with that.
Absolutely, and I think they wanna know, is what I'm also
Yeah,
saying,
they
they
want
wanna
to
know,
know.
so I think
They
we
just-
just need to be able to get them that information. So, all right.
Okay, guys, last slide. So next step. We will continue to work with our TA center. So we had some TA support through the OSEP visit, and then we're meeting with them on an ongoing basis. We're also reconvening our monthly OSEP calls, I think starting next week. Just in general, to maintain that communication with them. And then as Bert alluded to, they have 120 days, I think we talked about this before, nobody has seen this within 120 days. We don't know what the transition will bring. According to the team that was here, they probably have made their recommendations by now and sent it to their Office of General Counsel, and it just gets stuck there. So that's where we are with that, and as Bert said, I don't think anything huge that we plan to do. I think we knew what we identified going into the onsite visit as some gaps we'll work on internally. Some of what OSEP raised, I think we recognize as well, we probably need to do something on, but nothing drastic. That's it. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
At this point, we're at a break, so we will take a break. We're a couple minutes behind, but we'll just go ahead and take a break till 11 o'clock, and then we will start back up with virtual programs.
We'll see if my computer's been fixed.
Or it's still broken. Joyce, are we using? And I've shared that with Lena and really kind of where we're at. Unless you have questions, I don't have information, but one thing we are doing, so it's really working with Lena and then getting into that and getting some feedback from SEAC based on that data. We need to compile that. But the other thing we're doing is we are working with our business rules on the file review we talked about earlier to ensure if a district that's in that cohort is affiliated with the virtual program, that we are pulling 2 to 3 students from that virtual program to ensure that we're monitoring at least the virtual program through the file review. It's a little limited because there's limited questions in that, but that's a starting point while we work with you to kind of look at virtual programs generally, get that feedback on what you'd like to see. And really that's the update.
Can we have a description of what we provide as far as special ed services within a virtual program? Are we tied to everything the child is supposed to receive in the school-based program, or do we limit that? I think some of our SEAC members may not be aware of service provision that is required within a virtual program. Is there anyone that doesn't understand that? Maybe it's just me asking the question.
I'm assuming we have a number of new people since we first started this discussion a year ago, so I think it'd be good to cover that.
And do we have the people on that are virtual?
Do you want to talk us generally about why you raised this? And then I'll fill in.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian. It's my honor to talk with you today. No, so I brought up virtual schools several months ago, probably well over a year ago, because we've had some new virtual schools in our area, and so have many other directors. And we've also just seen an influx of enrollment in virtual schools and really have just fumbled our way through and not felt real confident in the services that we're providing and that kids are getting. And so some of the questions that we have had, and so we were able to get some data through a data request just regarding the number of IEPs in virtual schools. And Kelly just informed me that we probably need to make another data request. One of the things we have talked about in a previous meeting was just graduation rates in virtual schools and how that might compare to kids in brick and mortar, and that data is not current. And so if that's something that SEAC is interested in, we'll need to submit another data request. But from a local perspective, I can talk a little bit about what we do when families choose to enroll in virtual schools. We write a temporary service plan, trying to get through those first few months in that virtual setting. And the reason we do that is so that the IEP for the brick and mortar stays intact. So, 4 to 5 weeks into it, it becomes apparent that's not going to be the right fit for that family and that child. Then they go back to their brick and mortar. That IEP is still in place. And so that district's offer of faith is still in place. And then in our temporary service plan, we outline what accommodations are we able to use in a virtual setting. What will services look like in a virtual setting? So we don't ever just flat out say, oh, well, you had social work in a building, you're in virtual, now we're just crossing that off the list. We're saying it might look a little different, it might be delivered differently, but what is that service, the equivalent on a temporary service plan? We're not going to be providing a para in your home, but what might specialized instruction and inclusive type support look like in a virtual setting? And so we just kind of look at all those services and say, what is the equivalent based on the student's goals? And it also depends on how that virtual school is structured. Some programs have a lot more live teaching, even with the student virtually. And so that might look a little different than some that do more of a self-paced online with check-ins. And so it really What we have found as we've continued to investigate virtual schools is no two are alike. And it's kind of like you've met one kid with autism means you've met one kid with autism. You've seen one virtual school, you've seen one virtual school. And so I think we're seeing more and more families just interested in a different model. Then this also bridges to that discussion regarding micro schools. Because we now have districts starting some micro schools, we have districts partnering with micro schools, we have micro schools enrolling under virtual schools. And so what does that look like now when kids are actually going to a place and not just staying in their home? And how does that fall into things like ESI regulations, ADA accommodations, all of those things. So virtual just really exploded after the pandemic. And we just felt like we didn't have enough information to answer the questions, but just felt a general sense of angst across the state, in the field, really on both sides. On the gen ed side, we want to make sure we're keeping these kids and families. We don't want to lose them. We feel like we can do some services virtually, but we're not doing remote learning anymore. But families saying, for a variety of reasons, the brick and mortar building's just not working for our family anymore. And so how do we have all the services for all kids in the model that's going to work for them? And so that's kind of, I think, where we're at, is still investigating. And then the other piece was, with this huge influx, the accountability and reporting pieces, that we're all used to in the brick and mortar, just weren't quite happening at the same level of intensity. And so then we were getting questions about, can you require kids to come? If they don't attend, can you kick them out? Can you send them back to brick and mortar? And so it just seemed like there were more questions than we had answers for. And so this has just been kind of an ongoing topic for SEAC as we work to investigate a lot of these ideas. Yeah.
And I can, Lena brought up a good point. And so the starting point is let me back up. The starting point is virtual schools have to be affiliated under Kansas law with a district. So they're part of a school. There's no exception under the IDEA or state law that gets you out of compliance from a special education perspective. And then the accountability there flows. And then what Lena's talking about also is from what we talked about earlier, gen ed. How do we get everybody involved in this to understand what the requirements are? A little bit of background. So right before they started taking off, I think what Kelly's working on is getting some updated data. So there weren't that many prior to that. When I first started, I looked at a couple districts with pretty low graduation rates. And I thought, what is going on? And Bert said, that's the virtual side of it. And it's dragging down. So when you started separating, disaggregating the brick and mortar graduates from virtual, that's really what they had a high brick and mortar graduation rate in that. And then so CSAS, David Fernkoff, started working to develop the criteria for virtual schools, and he's no longer here, but Robin Kelso has taken that over. And so they've worked really well to get some requirements and regs in place for virtual schools to comply. So that's set in stone. We have an FAQ document. I'm happy I can send it to Lindsay to disseminate on virtual schools. And what Lena talked about, one of the most frequent questions is, who decides for the student to go to the virtual school? And I think probably most of the time it's the parent. The IEP team, which includes the parent, can determine that. But I think most of the time, as Lena pointed out, after the pandemic, parents are just trying to look for a different option. And that's fine. So that's what our FAQ talks about. In that case, for the very reasons Lena talked about, we recommend that you just develop a services plan, put it in a PWN, leave that underlying IEP in place, and then see what happens. But the services you have to address, they may look different, but that doesn't get you out of them unless that's a team decision, the parent consents. if it's a material change, so all of that stays in place. And we're just trying to navigate through that.
With the increase of people getting into virtual programs and the impact, have we seen an overall impact post-pandemic on the state graduation rate?
On our overall graduation rate, for special education, no, it's been pretty flat. We dipped about a 10th or 0.05 to a 10% from last year, from last FFY to this reporting period. But I'll look it up. It's 81 point something or 82 point something.
Do we know in
We're
gen
pretty
ed?
close to our target. So
Do we know in gen ed has it affected or possibly it's been an effect? Their graduation rate dip at all?
Their rate is plus or minus, Julie knows.
Our graduation rate for the general population was up just a little bit.
Now within like a 1/10 to 2/10, it either goes up or down because of the numbers we're talking about, but it's like 87.
89.1, I believe.
Yeah, I thought it went, oh, yeah, close to 90. And our goal is 95. But you will find systems that have virtual programs that their graduation rates are significantly lower because virtual students sometimes come in with very few credits and they don't achieve 6 credits a year or 7 credits a year. And so they get behind in credits and they get in credit recovery and they can stay till they're 21, some systems. So you have these students that may eventually get a diploma, but not with their cohort. And then when they don't get their diploma with their cohort, then they don't get counted in the value for graduation. And that, I know that we had several in the state that was the reason why. I know my district that took on a program after I left there, because I refused to have one after I had it for 1 year, and it was a total debacle. That district now has graduation dings and many other dings that they will have for the 3 to 5 years that the data is reviewed and collected as a result of having the virtual program 2 years ago. And they had it for 2 years. So that data will figure into their overall rate. I believe, Julie, isn't it for a 5-year adjusted rate? So it'll be there for at least 5 years. But our concern basically from the department is, are the students getting a FAPE? And that becomes problematic because, as Lena said, you write a services plan of what you can provide within that virtual program, but they don't get all the supports and services they get in brick and mortar. And that's why a brick and mortar IEP is developed, so that if that student returns, then they can implement all the services they should be receiving. And think in terms of accommodations, modifications, adaptations, and support services. Who's providing those in a virtual setting? I know my kids that were enrolled the 1 year I had the program, because it was sold to me by a service center that acted like it was God's graced wonderfulness. I had 1 student that ended up finishing out of the 9 that enrolled. I had 2 that dropped out that hit my graduation rate then for the next 3 years. And I had 5 elementary that all came back at semester for truancy. Because you also have to figure truancy on these students. And if you fail to log in and you fail to complete so many hours per week, the virtual program was supposed to be monitoring that. Well, guess who they gave that grace to? To the district. So then we had to monitor whether or not they were logging on or not. And they weren't. So they were back at semester. And they were a semester behind. So if I'm speaking like I've kind of got a negative attitude, that might be coming through. Because I haven't seen much success. And I'm not saying that some kids can't be totally successful. I had several gifted kids that would have done marvelous things in a virtual program and could have completed multiple courses in a year. And my student that was in geometry and in chemistry We ended up, I hired a 2-hour tutor for him per week. She came in 2 hours a day, I should say, to work with him. And I also had to go to the brick and mortar school and say, we need your support to provide some tutorial support. Because it was too hard for that person to do independently without direct instruction. Because there's something to be said for explicit direct instruction that is face to face. And many of the students with disabilities require direct, explicit instruction and not this that can come and go. And technology, as we know, works so wonderfully well consistently. So I think there are some issues I had also with the technology for these folks because we had to get hotspots for them because they couldn't even get logged in rural America. So as we look at this, what other questions do you as a SEAC group have that you would like to have explored regarding virtual education? We're going to bring you data on who's providing it. We'll get some graduation data. We'll pull together what we can, but
I just want to confirm a couple of things along with Bert before you ask what you would like. The accountability stays with the LEA. It doesn't shift. So that, like Lena said, there are different models. So some virtual schools are big enough that they provide their own special education. And again, this is really more gen ed as well. But that doesn't then shift the accountability and responsibility to the provider of the virtual program. That remains with the LEA. And if you're in a co-op, it remains with the director for that purpose. So if you're exploring that, or if your LEA is, or your district, have those conversations. That's why it's so important to be at the table, to understand all of that. I think that's the biggest thing I want. So Matt, yes, thank you, Bert. Now, are there anything else that we're missing? There's a conference in February in Andover. I know one of the days is the 14th. And I can't, it's not a virtual conference. They call it something different. Do you know what it is?
Isn't it like alternative education or something
I
like
think
that?
it's called
changed
alternative education.
the name
Yeah.
a little.
And part of this,
It's
this is
digital
part
learning.
of that conference.
Digital learning.
Digital learning.
Digital learning,
Digital learning.
that's it.
And KSD has a panel.
And it's a good conference. So if you're able to attend, I would attend that to learn more. And then some of us will be there for a Q&A one of the days, but it's a good opportunity to understand as well. There's, I'll just send the FAQ out document. We can just go on and on. So for the group, is there anything more that we're not touching that you're curious about? Yes.
Oh, because as you're researching different programs, if you find one that actually is doing a really good job in implementing accommodation and implementing support within it really well, it'd be neat to have the data of what they're doing and how they're doing it to be able to share with people who are struggling.
I also.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, yep, it does make sense. I have a concern a little bit, and that I don't even know where. I do know that's a lie, but schools are getting very creative, and I appreciate that to try to meet the needs of all kids. And really, I have some schools that I'm hearing about that are really thinking outside of that box. And from a special ed standpoint, I love that. From a gen ed standpoint, I love that. And they're doing it on both sides of that spectrum. But I have a concern that the lines are getting very blurred in the brick and mortar between brick and mortar to remote, to throw out the verbiage of that, to remote learning, or is it even virtual, even though we don't have an established virtual program because we're getting so creative. And so then when it starts doing that, and from a SPED standpoint, how am I ensuring that ethically the school is following the rules of our state set forth by remote learning is not really a thing, and providing services in that model. And I mean, I think that's locally got to be monitored first and foremost, but I think there's I appreciate and love the thinking outside the box. There's very gray lines starting to happen in such creativity that we may be doing pandemic taught us we can, effective or not, we can remote or virtual and not having those programs.
There's a real complicated saying from lawyers, you might want to write this one down. If it walks like a duck. So when Lindsay was talking, it reminded me of discipline. I think there's a lot of out of the box thinking about discipline as well. And while we're not suspending them, we're putting them in home timeout or trying to call it something different. But OSEP's very clear, and I think this is similar. If it meets the criteria, it is this X. That's a great question. I think that's a conversation we should all have. And it's not that you shouldn't think out, you know.
No,
It is, as Bert said, you know, technology is improving. It's not that the opportunity should be there for students. It's just how can we help provide those services.
And because our legislators promote it and like it and support it, then it's not going to go away. So we have to think in terms of how can we make the best benefit for our students with disabilities so that they can be successful in that environment. And that's what I hope to do when I offered it. And when I had it as my program, I had one parent that got mad at the principal because his daughter was in second grade and wore short shorts. And so they made her go home and change her shorts. So the dad came up, cussed out the principal. And that's why he enrolled in virtual. So he didn't have to deal with the school at all. And another where DCF had been called to the home 3 times and they didn't want DCF called anymore. So they enrolled in virtual program to avoid law enforcement coming. So I'm just giving you some real examples of how virtual learning is being applied in circumstances that are questionable about being in the best interest of the student. And it concerns me because, yeah, parents do have choice. We have a rising number of homeschooled students. And that same question, are they getting an education, a quality education within a home environment? At least we know with virtual, they're attached to a school. And so the school is held accountable for the monitoring and the implementation of services for children. But then what are the outcomes looking like? And that's what Lena's question all along was, how do we know those kids are making gains and being successful within that environment?
I think it's really interesting what Bert's talking about, that, you know, the parent does have control over this. And if you think about it, a parent can withdraw a student, go and homeschool, you do an RWA letter, or maybe they'll accept some services and you'll do that, or they enroll them in a non-public school and you work through that issue. And that's their control. It's not really a team decision. The virtual school is the school. And you have a parent that really has control over that. That's the one thing I think that the parent can say, I'm not happy with this, I'm gonna do this, and by the way, they're still a student, so now what are we gonna do? And I think that's kind of the rub there, but they do have control over that. And the school's responsible, so I think it's also more important that it's also a reason for teams, including the parent, to really think about what's best for the student. The parent knows their child the best. Maybe they think this is best for their child. Maybe it is, and that's okay, and they can make that decision. But if the team doesn't think that from an education standpoint, they should say so, and then do what we recommend: do a services plan, leave the IEP in place. Because if you don't, then that's where you're at. And when they come back, if the LRE is something different than that classroom, then you're potentially stuck.
Whitney, to your question, virtual school and virtual schools and homeschools, do they take level state standard tests? We're gonna let you go.
And then Julie.
Virtual, yes.
Virtual schools do, yes.
Yeah.
Homeschools do.
Go ahead, Julie.
So for a homeschool student, no, they do not take state assessments. A full-time virtual student has the opportunity to either take state assessments in the brick and mortar school, or they now, as of last year, can have the option to take it in a remote setting, which is at home. So that is new last year. before that law, that gave them the opportunity to test remotely, all virtual students were required to take state assessments, and they were to come into the building at a scheduled time and take those state assessments. We do not have a very high participation rate for virtual students testing, but they are required to take that.
That would be, yeah, I agree, Lena. That would be some data that would be interesting to see is what is that participation and even outcomes from those.
So graduation, participation, and just everything kind of just.
We could probably look at aggregate, but because there may be small numbers, we probably can't look at agencies, but we could definitely look at aggregate numbers. But that was part of my charter, because when you want to have a virtual school as a district, you have a huge document to complete that says you will do this, you will do that, you will they have to be 25 hours logged in a week. That's flexible, but they're supposed to have a schedule that they're not supposed to be absent from that process, and you can check on their tardiness or their truancy based upon work turned in, because they are expected to turn in work every week, their projects, assignments, etc. I had to assign that they could come to the school if they wanted lunch. I had to assign that we would give them the assessments in the brick and mortar and make arrangements, because if we ever did an assessment, then we had them come to the board office and they would take the assessment in the board office. It's a lengthy list of things you're required to do. So it's not just, we're going to have a virtual program and you just put a shingle up. You have to meet certain specifications. And special education is very defined within those requirements. Just saying that because every one of these districts that provides that has to have completed that document. And Robin Kelso, now in her role, is accountable for ensuring that they get monitored on a regular basis and that they're meeting those requirements. Because monitoring was required every 3 years when we had our program.
Is it still on that 3-year basis, or is it Julie?
Julie, yeah,
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I'm sure glad you're here, Julie.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bert. Other areas or questions?
Well, if you think of any, send them to Lindsay, or you can send them to me, and we'll share information back and forth, and we'll try and collect as much as we can to get that in a report for January, so that, yeah, we have better information and more information for you.
We may have to push the report off because my history with data requests is that they take a period of weeks to actually get the data. So we may not have response to our data request in time for January.
Well, it might be interesting if I make the data request, because I'm on the data governance board.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Well.
I'm good with that.
I will make the data request.
Good luck.
Yes.
Just a little thing, because I'm big on words. You have virtual programs, and you talk about virtual programs. Virtual programs are the program that a service center has. A virtual school is the one that you were talking about, Brian, that is at the district, and it has a building number and it's associated with the district. So we have a lot of different language that we talk about, but that's just a distinction that when we talk about it, we should be aware of that.
So how would we know what districts are working with virtual programs in service centers and what kids are enrolled in that if there is no building number?
We have that online, and we can get that information to you, because there are schools that participate in a service center virtual program.
So that's reported in some way, like on September 20th in their kids enrollment data, and all of that is somehow notes that they're in a virtual program.
Correct.
Okay, great to know. Thank you.
Probably one of the easiest ways to track that is to just follow the per pupil allotment. Most of the time there's an agreement between the virtual program and the district to share that allotment in some way. It's usually done in an MOU or some other type of documented format, but just tracking the per pupil allotment and where that goes will help you find where the what district the kiddo is coming from.
So our state assessment results and graduation rates, can you disaggregate that by virtual programs, virtual schools? By both of those, yes?
So that program, if a district sends their student to a program, they are held accountable for that student as well.
Right.
It's just reporting looks a little different.
Right, but you
Right.
can pull that data separate from the kids in the brick and mortar building
We
for
can pull
graduation.
virtual students separate from the brick and mortars.
Okay, great, thank you.
Let's see what we can do.
But ultimately, the district is held accountable for that student, whether they send them to a service center or they are part of the virtual school
Right.
in their district.
It's kind of like the building enrolled in and the building attending. And it's the service center program that they're attending.
Right.
Now, I do want to bring up a case that's happened this year with us where the student was choosing to go through a homeschool. They were using a virtual school, but the school wasn't able to provide certain electives. And so they attended our district for part of quote unquote the school day. And it was an odd arrangement, but ultimately the responsibility for the student shifted over to the virtual school because they had them for a larger portion of the day and we were just responsible for the electives. So I say this just to tell you that it's not just a one size fits any at all anymore. It seems to be kind of morphing a little bit into some other formats as well. We're seeing different hybrids happening all the time.
And Corey, that was part of the agreement, was that they could enroll in courses at the brick and mortar. And we were supposed to open our door for them to enroll in courses. If they wanted to be in music or they wanted to be in an elective class, then that was part of what we had to agree to within that service arrangement.
You're right, and we do. We're just now starting to encounter what those possibilities could turn into. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I think it's great that a student can come and experience electives that they, probably wouldn't get the same benefit from trying to see it on a computer screen. And additionally, we like the fact that even though the kiddo may not be attending our campus, they're in our community, and for them to be able to participate in CASIA events and things like that, I think it's at least some benefit to the student if they do elect to do the virtual programming. So not all of it's bad. There's a lot of good coming out of it. It's just I think we still need to kind of find our way through it.
Okay. Anything else on virtual program? We are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm not sure.
And I don't know that lunch is.
Lunch is not here yet.
Okay.
So do we have anything that we could?
I mean. We could do, we could at least start kiosk and finish kiosk, because a lot of it has either been discussed or is coming up. Kiosk.
Kiosk stakeholder.
I mean, I'm doing it, but Lindsay's report, but you can help.
Oh, the stakeholders?
Yeah. So if we want to go ahead and help.
While we're waiting on lunch, we might as well. And that way people can get out a little early, because I know Lindsay and Lynn are both have another meeting tomorrow. And so do I.
So I am also part of the kiosk stakeholders group, which it's kind of a deal where they ask the KC regions to send people, but they don't necessarily exclude if somebody wants to come, but and we meet, typically they brought it back last year. It was the first year they kind of brought it back, and they meet twice a year historically. Last year we did meet 3 times. This year our plan is to meet twice. I really just kind of, oh, sorry, that was my fault. That's all right. Go through kind of the topics that we addressed on our the agenda. So I'm gonna hit some of these with what the conversation was like, but some of them we've already talked about. So indicator 18, Brian's gonna talk about here in a little bit, so I'm gonna let him have all of that. Statewide IEP came up. This was just an update to let us know that the IT department through KSDE says that is something they feel like they would be able to manage. We are at the steps right now where they're going to, have we started that? Have we sent out the RFI?
No.
Request for RFIs? So they're just gonna get ready to send out that request for information from, what do we want, the vendors, what information can they have? I can't see all of it. But, so it's still a conversation. This is a conversation that's come up historically, kind of died down. This is a slow, long process. We understand that. There's a lot of moving parts to that. Don't know where it will go. But it is still on the table and being talked about and kind of moving forward in terms of seeing where it may go. District level of determination conversation was pretty lengthy. One of the documents that we were given were the incentives. And I have a copy of it. I mean, the thing that we talked about with this was they haven't been updated in a really long time. So are they still working, or do we need to address them? Do we need to change them? And some of them, as we went through them, we were like, does anybody even know what that is? And they're like, no. So obviously, why is it on there? That's not a thing anymore. So just looking to see what is it that might incentivize people and systems to make sure they're doing everything they need to, besides just money. But money is always good, or shorter forms. I appreciate shorter forms whenever I get to use the shorter forms on anything. So also the APR guide, I put that it's being updated because it's not been finalized, right? It's not been approved.
Oh, it's
right?
updated.
It is updated. So there is a new APR updated document guide, so you can look at that. Anything else on that part, Brian? Because that was a big discussion.
So just to follow up a little bit before Lindsay moves on the statewide IEP, I think something Bert and I talked about as well was making the stakeholder group part of our working group now moving forward. So as we issue the RFI and start getting that information in, that we would ask the KS stakeholder work group to be part of that reflection before we move forward. And that is really just gathering information that companies may have, like Lindsay said, or input from end users on what they would like and all of that, and then reviewing that. The sanctions part of the level of determination is really governed by OSEP, so there's not a lot we can do about that. The rewards, a lot of that conversation was about TIP grant money, targeted improvement plan money. If you meet requirements, some of that money comes over as I think it's $2,000. A lot of LEAs use that for PD. And so some of that discussion, that's probably the most popular one we talked about, as far as if you're a standalone district and you don't meet requirements, you lose 100% of it. So the feedback was we should probably look at that, because if you're a co-op or an interlocal and only one district caused you out of 10, we only take away 10%. So trying to make that equitable for everybody. So I think we'll have that conversation. And then the APR guide, probably the biggest update for directors and staff. We put in the FFY years, I think out through the end of this 5-6 year cycle. So you knew what school the data really came from. It's always the most confusing part. And then just updated some key term throughout. Okay.
On monitoring, we just talked about virtual school. We kind of talked about that same thing at the KS stakeholder meeting. We did discuss gifted IDEA and gifted file review process and procedures, all the way down to what gets through and what doesn't this year to next year to this person to that person. The questions a little bit, and it sounds like there's potential for some changing in questions or addition of questions for that oversight of 619. I looked that up. Okay. And then we also discussed the adult jails monitoring and where we are with that. I didn't make a lot of notes on that, but one of the things back on kind of that IDEA gifted file review, we talked a lot about also just the notifications within kiosks and how we get notified repeatedly that they are due, like hey, second notice, third notice. If you've already done it, forget it. So can we quit getting the forget it emails and just not get the emails? Because some of us will do like the tip immediately, and then we start getting the second notice and we're like, oof, did I do that? I can't remember. And, you know, so if we didn't have that, that'd be great. Or if the dates change, make sure all the emails are in alignment with the current dates, things like that. So just kind of cleaning up some of that language or those emails, so because we get a lot of emails, and making sure that we aren't giving contradictory information. Anything you want to add to that one? Yeah.
No, I
I've
think
slept
that's
since then, so.
trying to make it easier for you, limit the communication and make it easy for you to understand what is this communication. And what district, if you're an interlocal or co-op,
Yes.
we discussed.
Alicia, can you advance my slide?
Yes. The caterer is downstairs, but I don't know where to.
Well, it worked once, but it didn't work again. It's probably because Brian was up here. We also talked a lot about transition. This was, it's a big topic because there's so many different moving parts right now. It's a big initiative across the state. I really feel like a focus area. So we talked about the Kansas Transition Coordinating Council. We talked about the My Transition, My Career through the KU program. We talked about Employment First. We talked about Kansas Youth Transition Network. I mean, like, we could go on and on. So we really talked about all of those different initiatives going on and some of the pilot programs. There's even some piloting and starting transitions at age 12, but I did want to note that that is not a requirement. But there are some people piloting, starting that at age 12. Professional development, we talked about just an overview of all of, again, this led into the conversation that we were having earlier, but all the different professional development opportunities for directors and staff, and then possible PD opportunities for gen ed administrators, especially at that building level. Just wanted to get that information out. Anything you have to add? And then we, like I said, we're going to meet twice this year, and the next one is in April. So that's my big, what do you got?
I think that's it. Mike has a question. That's not a silly question, Mike. It's Kansas Integrated Accountability System.
And so, Mike, that's kind of a warehouse, so to speak, of where we do a lot of our reporting.
A lot of our monitoring goes through that. We have different applications for indicators, dispute resolution, for special ed, for title. So that's just our overall umbrella for our monitoring responsibility. It was a great meeting, a lot of great feedback. So I think we've been working on some of it, and we'll circle back with the stakeholder work group on some of the information we're finding.
And I will say it's a very well attended. I mean, last year, all 3 meetings and bringing that back, and then this year, the first one, very well attended group and diverse across the state. So it's an awesome day of discussion. Honestly, we could probably talk for days at that group. So keeping it, you know, there's a lot of information shared in that, you know, 5-6 hours. Any questions for me or Brian?
This is Mike, and I would love to, and this can be offline, but to talk a little bit more about some of the transition pieces specifically. You know, because I know there are a lot of exciting things happening in transition across the state, and just trying to become aware of some of the things that I'm not aware of.
Mike, maybe I'll connect you with Stacy Martin, who's really leading this, especially the grants as well that we received.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm involved and aware of that. Yeah, so I have a meeting with her tomorrow. So
okay.
I hadn't heard about the I heard about
Stacy's the one who talked about it. So
perfect. Okay, I had not heard about the starting at age 12 on the pilots. So that's exciting.
Okay.
Well, keep in mind that transition can begin at any age.
Yeah.
Yep.
But in Kansas, it's required to be initiated at age 14 or the year that the child is turning 14. So you don't wait till they're 14 before you start the process.
And we have checklists all the way down to kindergarten, start the process.
Mm-hmm. And especially for kids with extreme disabilities, we always started that process early. So we could connect the parents to resources that they could lean on for support for their child, especially if it was a very involved cognitively significant cognitive delayed child that was going to need to have some service provision beyond the school, like a CDDO, Community Developmental Disabilities Organization, or some sort of supports after they matriculated at 21, because we would keep them through age 21. And then we hope that we could get them on the list, which Mike and Rocky are fighting constantly, so that they could get adult services and supports upon graduation instead of having to wait till age 24 or 30.
Well, and this is where EPSDT can come in too, because essentially nearly 100% of kids that are 18 to 20 should qualify, if they functionally have, meet the requirements for EPSDT, like they would be eligible for Medicaid. And so, yeah, so I think there's things that they can receive without, just even when they're on the waiting list, which is the exciting thing. So, all right, well, I'll follow up with Stacy on that for more info, but thank you very much. I appreciate hearing about it.
Thank you, Mike. At this time, we believe that lunch is somewhere in the building. We're trying to locate that here. We have already worked ahead a little bit, so we were scheduled to come back at 12:30. We may push that till 12:45 just a little bit, because we don't know when we'll find lunch and when it'll get set up. So, we'll go ahead and we'll break for lunch and reconvene at 12:45. Actually, I'll wait and make sure we're online, so. Joyce, you just tell me when we're ready.
We're good.
Can you guys hear us online?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So we have some people who are not back yet from some other meetings, so we're gonna actually move our 3 o'clock item, which is the discussion of our September visits to the Kansas School for the Deaf and Kansas State School for the Blind, to now, and then we will pick back up after that. So in September, we had wonderful visits to both of the state schools. I'll just kind of open the floor to people who are there, and we can all share how that went, but it was amazing. So if anybody has anything they'd like to share.
Well, I was really just amazed. I had no idea what to expect at either of the state schools. And so it was just really remarkable, the campuses, to see students around, to, see the work that they're doing, and the ideas they have for moving forward. So I can't say enough, if you haven't visited the state schools, make it a point to visit. I've never had an opportunity to have students at the state schools that I place. We had one that moved in. But, I would have full confidence in the work that both of the state schools do. And it was just really just a remarkable opportunity, and appreciate John and Luann for those visits and the work that their staff are doing in both those schools.
Anyone else that was there want to share? Or
and you missed out on goodie bags from the State School for the Blind. I have my mug on my shelf.
Yes.
So yeah,
goodie bags and great food. I mean, it was wonderful. I had been to the Kansas School for the Deaf one time for an IEP meeting and got to see a classroom with kids in it. So this was awesome to see everything else. And it's just so impressive. And I'm how I entered the education field was as a social studies teacher. And so I love history, and man, the history of the building and some of that stuff on campus was just absolutely amazing. And I could spend hours checking that stuff out. And then, I didn't know there was a pool at the Kansas School for the Blind, and but to see the dorms and where they live and the home, that was it was awesome to see. And I can't experience what it was like for them, but I got a much better feel for what that was like, and that was pretty awesome.
At the School of the Blind, I had to stay a little bit afterwards because I waited for my cousin to pick me up. And while I was there, the coffee shop opened up. So I was able to buy some of the coffee beans and get to interact with some of the students there. And I bought a cup of coffee from them and was talking to some of the parents and all. And it's just a neat experience, just watching how they ran the coffee shop, how they did it all, and experience and support them with that.
If I could, just wanted to thank you for coming and having a meeting at our campus. We appreciate that. We see ourselves as an extension of public schools, really. And yesterday I was at NEA and sharing with Rebecca's new SPED group, the Greenbush hosts. And, we do want people to know who we are, what we do, and be very transparent about that. We're not perfect by any means, but the more that we share and communicate and, lower the gates, if you will, I think that's beneficial for everybody. So thank you for coming out. We enjoyed having you.
John did a phenomenal job yesterday presenting on Kansas School of the Blind, and it was to early career SPED directors. And I was just like, wow, like so many of the things that they do and offer. That was one of my questions to him, is a field trip for SPED directors, like inviting and welcoming, and like inviting them to the 5K run, inviting them to really build that bridge and that gap between, that it is a partnership. And so we talked about, maybe having a field trip for directors to attend. And yeah.
Yeah, we're excited about that. So thank you for that. And, I would say that I respect tremendously the work of the directors, and it's daunting to be a new director. I think just you sit in these meetings and listen to the conversations, you realize how hard it is. So a real gratitude and respect for the work that SPED teachers and directors are doing. We want to make their job easier, really, that's what our job is. And so, yeah, thank you again for the opportunity and for coming out. We'd love to host again sometime.
I believe there's a comment online.
Yeah, this is Brooke Moore. I'm online. I just wanted to weigh in and say thanks again to Luann and John for the fantastic tours, but also to thank Bert for coordinating this, because I don't think we as SEAC members get to do field trips very often. So it was an incredible experience. So thank you to you, Bert, and your team for organizing that.
We're here to serve you. But the one thing that I liked about it was that I had a student that went to the School for the Deaf. He'd been in a program at Independence. He was in Chautauqua County, which is Sedan. He was my only deaf student. I could not find a deaf educator. I could not find an interpreter. So out of the grace of blessing, Julie Brewington, the director at Independence, said, we have a program. We'll be glad to take him. You just have to transport him. So we transported him over, and I went to an IEP. I went in his classroom. There were 4 students. And he went out on break with the other students, and he was trying to communicate with them by signing. And none of the students knew sign. And so he was on his own. He had no peers that he could communicate with. And so he made the request to his parents that he wanted to go to the School for the Deaf. And I had no problem with that whatsoever, and he ended up graduating. He also wanted to play football, and back then School for the Deaf had football, which was pretty exciting. So I really appreciated the opportunity of partnering with Tri-County and Independence, because we shared then the transport of the student. We would take him up on Sunday night, and then they would pick him up and on Friday, whatever, and bring him back. And so we had a great relationship. And I had students that attended the School for the Blind for their summer program. And my student that went to that opportunity ended up having a lifelong friendship that he formed with another student in attendance there. So I think sometimes we overlook that peer groups are important for students that have sensory losses. And they can communicate things to one another that we don't understand, I don't think, at the local level when we don't currently have that sensory loss or have other students that have that sensory loss. So I really appreciate that Kansas has state schools and that we support them. And when people say, oh, I have to pay for a pair, I have to pay for whatever, well, you'd be paying a lot more if you had to hire a teacher and have the parent and have all that goes with it at the local level. So it really is a bargain if you think about it. And all you have to do is visit either campus. And the one thing that years ago when I went to the School for the Blind, they did not have a fenced enclosure. That concerned me. Because I thought, well, what if a student were to get out on the street or whatever? No, they have O&M and whatever. When we went this time in that huge gate and the locked gates, I didn't see that as confining the students. I saw it as protecting the students. It made sure that those students were going to be in a secure environment. And I think if I were a parent, I would have thought this is a great place for my student to attend. So I appreciate John's foresight to do what he's done. He's doing the gym and having to do abatement in the gym to get the old gym taken out and a new gym put in. And I think anything that he does to get the state board and the legislators to give him funding is important, because that represents a population of students that I feel need to have all the benefits we can provide.
I appreciate your comments, Bert, and just a reminder, a lot of our services, most of them in fact, are off our campus. Our outreach teams are all over the state, really every day, providing services. They're now serving families in homes as part of infant toddler services, and we do 3 to 21 services across the state. So when you come to the campus, it's really just a small part of what we do, and we love doing that. We love serving kids in their home schools if possible. So appreciate the comments, and yeah, we try to balance safety with welcome, feeling welcome. We want parents to feel comfortable dropping their children off with us.
I was surprised by how many vehicles you had lined up to pick kids up, to take them all over the area.
Yeah, we have day students, and then we have dorm students if they live too far away. Still, we offer that for kids. And your comments about socialization, it's a real thing. So many times our kids are isolated. They maybe the only one in their district who's who has a visual impairment, so they look forward to it when they get the chance, maybe one time a year to come together. It means a lot to them, and yeah, we try to honor both things again, you know, homeschool, home community, but a place to come at times when they need a little more support or a place to connect with other peers. So yeah,
That
thank
Make
you
It
thanks
space
again.
was pretty great, I thought. All the opportunities for kids in that space, and you had a teacher that had a group of students come in and was engaging them, and you had in the back, you had students that were working.
Yeah. Yeah, we're, you know, I'll share a little bit later about some of the stuff we have off campus. We'd like to come, you know, have a program on campus, but bring it to public schools. And we do a lot of awareness for regular ed students, just disability appreciation and understanding, demystifying what blindness is. We do that with hundreds of kids across the state with STEM and with sports now. And it's really powerful to have regular ed kids under blindfold or using a cane. You know, they get an appreciation, I think, of what that's like, a little bit anyway. So thank you.
It was a kudos, because I wasn't aware of the mobile STEM van, and we had it in one of our smaller districts for the gen ed students, and just there. It was a great day for them to be able to understand the life of an individual with a visual impairment.
Anyone have anything else? Okay, hearing none and seeing that Brian has returned. I don't want him to rest for too long, so we're gonna go to SPPAPR.
Looking at his slides.
No rest for the good.
That is water.
There's a comment from Luann on the board.
Oh, Luann?
She has a.
Oh, she has a comment?
Yeah, so Luann, if you have not seen the chat, just said she, if you have not visited yet, she'd be more than happy to give a tour. She has a monthly district leadership team meeting at 1:15, and we'll need to leave at 1, but have a relaxing break for you and your family and friends. So thank you, Luann. And thank you for all your hospitality as well.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. And this is the one of the annual SPPAPR presentations that I do. I know a lot of you are familiar with this. This will focus on our APR submission, which is due the end of January of 25 for FY 23. It can be a little pedantic, so I'm going to try to roll through it, but if anybody doesn't understand, just stop me and ask questions, because I'll come back in January with finalized data. We don't have all of our data yet to report out. So January, I can slow down a little bit more and explain where we're at. So these are all the indicators that we have and that we report out through our APR. This isn't really something separate. We provide all this data to districts after we're finalized in February or early March. We send it to them, give them 30 days to make sure everything's okay, and then finalize it in April for them. So they have this and all of these, and I'm thinking in January of a different way to approach it so you can see how each indicator influences the other. And we really do look at the totality of this. Some people have heard us talk about the tree, or Stacey Martin talk about the tree of influence. So we can roll through it that way to show you. But we have outcome indicators and compliance indicators. 1, 2, and 3 are outcome. 4B, 4B, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are compliance. Everything else is outcome. So 1, graduation, kind of the end outcome. Dropout, something similar towards the end. A lot of things influence that. 3 are the assessments. A is participation. Then we look at proficiency. Then we look at the alternative assessment. Well, yeah, and then we look at the gap in proficiency. So how are we performing versus students who aren't taking that. 4 is discipline. We talked a lot about that last year. 5 is LRE. Are our students included? in the least restrictive environment. 6, 7, and 12 are our early childhood. 6 is the LRE for early childhood. 7 is their outcomes. There are 3 different A, B, and C, and each is about A, and each subset is, did they show growth? And then the second is, are they on par with their peers? So did they grow or even grow to where they're on par if they were below? And that's social interactions, knowledge acquisition, and then self-regulation. Those are the 3 areas we look at for early childhood kids in 7. 8 is parent involvement. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Do parents feel that they're involved in their child's education? 9 and 10 are disproportionate representation by category and then by specific disability categories in 10. 11 we talked about this morning, that's our child find. 12 is the C to B transition. These are all time-based. Did we timely accomplish child find? And 11, did we finish the evaluation within 60 school days? 12 is, did we, as Bert pointed out, evaluate and implement by the child's 3rd birthday? 13 is the secondary transition we talked about. Remember the pilot, there's a pilot starting at 12 years old. Kansas requires this to be addressed at 14, but the feds require it at 16. So we measure 16 on 13, indicator 13. 14 is the post-school outcomes. And those are divided into 3 areas that kind of add into each other. So the first is after school. Is the student, A is, are they enrolled in a higher education? B is, are they competitively employed? C is, and it's kind of added in. And so the percentages grow as you go down. And then C is either higher ed, 2-year program or technical college or training or competitively employed. 15 and 16 are dispute resolution. 15 is the resolution session specifically. So when you get into due process, you have to have a resolution session. You have to offer it. Not everybody participates. That's okay. Then we just look at were they successful or not. We'll report out on that. And 16 is the mediation with the parents in the district, kind of the same concept. Were they successful or not? The interesting thing on 15 and 16 and OSEP instructions is they're not, so they don't get hung up on numbers. So sometimes I know, I just want to take a moment to talk about dispute resolution, especially formal complaints. They've increased, so has due process, but not as significantly. That's not a bad thing. It goes back to not only do parents know they have a right to ask for an evaluation or pursue child find, but do they know they have a right to exercise rights through dispute resolution, mediation, formal complaint, or due process? So Carrie pointed this out to me, Carrie Haig, several months ago. You know, OSEP kind of looks at, they're not looking at the number, because if you really have too few, then the question becomes what we talked about this morning. Do parents really know they have a right to file this? Is your number so low because they don't have a right? Or is it because you have a good system? We don't know. So I don't think they get too hung up on that. And there's a cutoff, so you have to have more than 10 in each before you even measure it. We've never hit that until last year in, I think 16, we'll hit both of them this year probably. And it's such a variance, we're barely over, so it's not hard to hit that slippage requirement. We won't talk about slippage today. We'll talk about that when I come back because we're still working on those statements. And so we'll set that out. And then 17 is the state systemic improvement plan. That's what we've identified to measure. And Carrie will correct me if I'm wrong. We're looking at reading in, is it 4th and 5th grade?
Kindergarten through.
Kindergarten through
5th grade.
Okay. And we're being successful at that. 18 is the new one. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh
man.
Your clicker broke it again?
What we do, it was all Brian.
There it goes.
Okay, Joyce.
There you go.
So the middle column, I'm going to ignore for the most part. We are in a 6-year package that started with FFY 20 and it goes through FFY 26 and we're at FFY 23. Our baselines were either set prior to that or with the 20 or the 21 package. So you won't see too much change other than 4. That's just where we've talked to you before about setting baselines, receive your input, and we've done that. You can see on 1 and 2, we already have our data. We have met our target for dropout and graduation. So so there's no slippage, but I will tell you, it's just pretty incremental, but they're going in the right direction. 3, yeah, it's pretty tiny. 3 is, the data is really not uploaded from OSEP until January. Remember last year was January 25th. So we're kind of using our raw data and we'll be pretty close, but I'll report back to you on January where that's going to end up. We'll have a little slippage in an area there. 4, the same, Kelly's working to finalize the data. I put January, we're hoping by next month, by our meeting, we'll have that wrapped up. And then that's newer. This will be the first year we're reporting out on that for districts. OSEP kind of reset all the states last year. And then 5, we have no slippage this year and we met targets for all. So for our LRE, we're moving in the right direction. We're having our students in the right environments. 6 is we've met all of our targets with no slippage. And then 7, we will have some slippage and we'll work on those statements for you. So we had slippage for A, B, and C. Remember, slippage is worsening from the immediate preceding year and you haven't met your target. So if your target's 10, and you were at 15 and you went to 13, that's greater than 1 would be slippage, but you're still above your target. So you're okay. We don't have slippage. It's only when you're below your target and not hitting it that you look at that. So when we talk about slippage, we haven't met our target and we're performing worse than the year before. Parent involvement, so 8, 9, and 10 will come back next month. I think we'll wrap those up then. 11, we didn't have any slippage. 11, we always are around 99.5%. It's a compliance indicator. And it's just almost impossible to get to 100%. Early childhood is the same. We're working on that. We work with our partners at KDHE for that, and we work on the data. It's pretty manual, but our providers that are working on that indicate it looks the same as all prior years, and we've been like 11, pretty high on that. We have a couple of youth that we're just not going to make it. We're just not going to hit 100%, but we get pretty close. 13 is we didn't meet the target, but we don't have any slippage there. 14, we're not going to have slippage, but we did meet some of the targets for that. And we'll talk more about that in January. And then 15 and 16, preliminarily, I know we're above the 10 for both, and we'll probably have slippage. And we actually stole Iowa's slippage statement last year. It's just the variance in people filing. It's still so small to really draw any conclusions from. So I think that will be the slippage for that. And then 17, I think we're gonna finalize next month. And I'm not sure if we didn't meet target.
Yeah, so we did, yeah, we're done. We met and surpassed the target. Our state target.
Okay.
By like 5%.
Which is amazing. Yeah. And a good thing.
And then 18 is our general supervision. This is the first year we're submitting that. And I'll circle back to that in a minute. Oops. So the other thing we look at is OSEP at the end of our FY 22 submission. So we submitted in January, they review it, they give us some comments, feedback. We provide comments back to try and clean it up. And then at the end of it, they will have any required actions for the next year, which is this submission. So from the FY 22 submission, they had comments. And these are, it's a boilerplate comment on all the compliance indicators. So remember, like 11 and 12, you're just not gonna hit 100%.
It just will not go
So
away.
this is the same comment for all of our compliance indicators, which just says, for those districts you didn't identify the individuals that were non-compliant, did they come into compliance? And then how did you do that? And we kind of have a boilerplate clause. If all the districts came into compliance within a year, they corrected their individual corrective actions as well within a year. We have comment based on that, and then we respond to that. So that's pretty consistent year over year.
Basically. You had better luck. Not anymore. You lose.
Joyce, can you go to the next one, please? Thank you. Indicator 10 is a little bit different. They have, it's a significant disproportionality on identification. So the first two paragraphs are boilerplate language year over year, but you see some references to the CFR. And those really relate to the evaluation process. So again, this is identification. So did the districts that were not compliant follow when you review their policies and practices and procedures? Did they comply with these federal codes? And if not, did they come into compliance within a year? The last paragraph, we identified a district. So districts have a year to come into compliance. We had a district that did not do that. So that last paragraph addresses that district. Did they come into compliance this year? And if so, how did you make that happen? So we'll respond to that and we'll go over that in January. So that's what that's referencing. Indicator 8 is, okay. Indicator 8's required actions. So some of these, when you do surveys like 8 and 14, they want you to analyze for representativeness. And we did not have, when we analyzed the data on our survey results for indicator 8, we did not have representativeness. We had an overrepresentation of Caucasian and an underrepresentation of Hispanic. And so we will, Josie's been working on that this past year. I think she's worked with families together, with other parent groups to how do we better disseminate. We'll talk about indicator 8 later as well. And then we'll address this comment. So that's what the representativeness of indicator 8 from last year's submission is about. Oops. And then indicator 14 is the same issue. That's a survey of youth who left school, and the representativeness issue was dropouts, and primarily from one district. So Andy has been working with all the districts about how to better reach prior youth, track their contact information, and he's been working with this district as well and working with them on their dropout youth post high school and connecting with them. So we'll address that. So that's about what plan did you come up with? How did that go? And we'll see what our data is.
Any questions or?
And then
Gary does.
So, may I talk about indicator 17 for just a bit?
Yep.
So, our state systemic improvement plan and our state identified measurable result focuses on reading. And the way that we measure that is through a cohort of districts agreed to let us take their data. And these are districts that are in MTSS and alignment and are working on, because our entire premise is that when you do multi-tiered system of supports and you do academics simultaneously with behavior and together, that you can intervene on and students with disabilities can do better. So we elected to measure that with reading. And so we have 9 districts that are in our cohort this time around. And our data shows that the kids are doing well, and it's measured through, we're able to now use the fast bridge measures to measure it. And so we're actually, the measure that we use now is a closing the gap measure. And so our latest data shows that our students with disabilities, so we looked at statewide data of the same measurement that we use for our students for our simmer, show that that would be 102,673 Kansas students in kindergarten through 5th grade who were assessed in fall of 22 and spring of 23. So 47.99% of those students made typical or aggressive growth in reading. Of the students who were assessed in the reading measures, a higher percentage of students with disabilities in our simmer cohort made typical or aggressive growth compared to all students in kindergarten through 5th grade. So what that tells me is that the kids with disabilities, the kids that are receiving those supports, are learning at a rate, and the gap's closing for that. And it's hard to do it without having charts. So, but that's the kind of exciting stuff that we're able to get into, drill down a little bit now with the fast bridge, having fast bridge available. And it still takes quite a bit of effort to get those individual data from those students, but it's exciting. And I know it's only like, I mean, it's not all districts, it's 9 districts, but it's like 300 some.
But it shows if you're an MTSS implementing district and you are doing the ELA with the behavior, that you should expect your
Doing it with fidelity.
Yes, your students with disabilities to make good gains, to close the achievement gap with normally developing peers, because they are gaining skills at a higher rate than the normally developing students that aren't disabled.
Yeah.
And
So-
that does make it exciting.
It's very exciting. That's very good news, but my question is, moving forward, as we continue to examine this and look, will all cohorts be approximately that size? Will that grow? And is there any comparative data to those who are not in the MTSS state program? That was kind of a loaded, hot, big question maybe, but there it is.
So have we ever looked at the data of the kids who are not in a MTSS?
Well, like the TAS and MT, you know what I mean, like those, because we all are supposed to have a multi-tiered system of support by state statute. But like we said, you've seen one MTSS program, you've seen one MTSS program. So is there any comparative data of those that are in the, like the TASN project of MTSS versus those not in that project? And is there still that significant level of growth? And then I don't know if the TASN project's ever gonna have enough people to support what they're gonna need to do that when it's not.
I don't know if I don't think we've ever.
No, I don't think we've had to within indicator 17, but you bring up a really good idea of how we do a comparative analysis. Because we could do it if systems that that are involved with MTSS, implementing with Fidelity, not a part of, but then you have the fast bridges, not state assessments. So they would have to be districts that implement fast bridge as well. Then you could have a comparative analysis of those that have been MTSS implementers compared to those that are not.
I
Because
think that's a good point.
Yeah.
Because of the planning and the structure, and so many that implement it with, this is what we think it should look like. So huge difference. I mean, you're right, it's.
The work that goes behind it when you're a part of that group versus
Mhm.
is much different. And much more intentional, oftentimes, not every time, but oftentimes, so.
I went through the
You know,
MTSS training.
You go
at
get your
Valley.
doctorate.
And it is intensive for math, ELA, and for social emotional behavior. And if it's implemented with Fidelity, you should see gains on the part of kids, because once you've got the behaviors structured in a manner to where you don't have the dysfunctions in classrooms, you have more engagement on the part of students, you have an aligned curriculum with appropriate intervention, you should start to see the gains in the academics.
And I don't ask that to take away because I think it's phenomenal, but I mean, that's the whole purpose. We want to close that gap. That came up earlier, so it's phenomenal. I'm just, I want to leave any, you know what I mean? I want to help those that might not be getting the help too, and how can we help support that?
Well, we have a couple of people that work in MTSS that I'm sure they would have some data.
We also do analysis of the family engagement survey data,
Which I have.
with that.
It's a good question.
Might be done for the day.
Well, I like where you're headed with it.
You got something else anyway?
I want to move to 18 now.
Okay, anybody else have anything on this before we move on?
Well, thank you,
To
Carrie.
18.
That was exciting
that
news.
is exciting,
because
Carrie.
It
Again,
showed
Not trying to.
growth.
Yeah.
We don't have to say we had a slippage or whatever.
Yeah, I think we've done a really good job on 17. Oop.
Oh.
Joyce,
I'm sorry,
that's okay.
thought you were ready to move on.
I'm gonna, in looking back, I know I've walked through 18 and all the excruciating details, so I'm not gonna do that today. What
Sure.
OSEP did was they went through 1 through 16 and identified all the federal laws that relate to each indicator. Some overlap with others. And 18 is our general supervision responsibility outside of APR, but they relate back to one of those 1 through 16 indicators. So, and what they're focused on now, because it's in the initial phases, are the compliance indicators. So 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we looked at all other findings we made. So our IDA file review, if a district's non-compliant, the district and a student in there, dispute resolution are the 2 big ones. Any credible allegations we get that after due diligence might lead to a finding. Whenever we make a finding, whether it's under APR, dispute resolution, file review, if you're non-compliant, you have a year from the notice of non-compliance to come into compliance. So 18 is asking, how many findings did you make that aren't in 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, but they relate to those indicators? 1. And then how many of those districts came into compliance within a year? 2. So 18 really boils down to, are you conducting your general supervision outside of this? And then are your districts coming into compliance? Or do you have districts that don't? So we'll wrap it up next week or January, but I think we were talking about 29 districts this month's meeting. All 29 have come into compliance within a year. So that's what you want, right? Because 18 is a compliance indicator. You want 100% of your non-compliance findings in compliance within a year. And you're going, oh, Brian, did you sell us on indicator 10? You've had a district that didn't do that. So wouldn't it be 29 and 28? No, because the district was identified in indicator 10. So we pull out all the non-compliance findings in that indicator. This is above and beyond those indicators. So for us at the state level, we go through all those findings. And then, so we had the national TA provider did a nice tool that we use. And so, but part of it is you go through all your findings and then you look, one, does it relate to one of your compliance indicators? If it does by law, does it even relate by subject matter? So for example, the federal regulation for FAPE is pretty broad, right? That's in a lot of these. And for indicator 4, it's in there as well. You might have a FAPE finding in a formal complaint. Well, the FAPE reg applies to indicator 4, but it wasn't a discipline case, so we wouldn't count that. We would exclude that if it doesn't relate to any of the topics of those compliance indicators. So we're sitting well there as well. So that's the good news on 18. I don't think that'll change. The numbers might fluctuate, but other than the district and indicator 10, I don't think we have any that have not come into compliance within 12 months. So that's good. Moving forward, at some point, OSEP will include probably the outcome indicators, so all of them. And then eventually, it just may be any finding, any fiscal finding if it's not related to this, stuff like that. But we haven't had a fiscal finding, I think, in many years is what came up during our OSEP on-site visit. Okay, that's indicator 18. Any questions on that? But yes, I applaud Carrie's success with 17. That's really been really good for us.
That's awesome.
And I think you'll see in January when we finalize everything, we're pretty typical as we are year from year. I think 5, this is the first year we've met everything. There's not a lot of slippage, I think. 14 might have some, 3 might have some, your assessments. And I think what we're looking at in our slippage statement is especially on the 4th graders, you're looking at students that are coming in that experience non-traditional instruction. And now you're maybe seeing the effects of that. Sean talked about it this morning, teacher turnover shortages as well. And we're evaluating that and whether that might be part of a reason.
I think on 14, one of the areas that one of the subgroups was dropouts. And that finding is the areas that we're not representative with. We're not representative, we don't have a representative data from the dropouts. So we're talking about kids that have left, that dropped out of school, right, 3 years ago, that aren't responding to the survey. So that's a pretty challenging data.
When they analyze
snag.
it,
So
it's a
try to get them with the net to find them, period.
But there's no
It's a
slippage
challenge.
for 14.
And the analysis is a plus or minus 3%. So, for example, on the Hispanic, the percent of Hispanic population in indicator 8 was 10%. So the response rate would have been below 7% for us not to have representativeness, and the Caucasian was the other way. And I don't think 10% is right, that's just the example.
Anything else for Brian on that topic?
That's it.
Okay, don't leave. Don't leave. We're ahead of schedule, so would you mind if we just go ahead and go right into indicator 8?
Sure.
And that actually, I think, relieves you of your duty for the day, once you finish that.
We can figure this out now.
I mean, you had the whole agenda, so.
Thank you.
Joyce, if you can look This morning in that one email with the 3 PowerPoints, one of them is indicator 8.
Okay, I feel like
So indicator 8, well, Joyce is looking for that. I think it's in the email I sent you this morning.
It is.
Indicator 8 is about parental involvement. Do they feel that they were involved? And it's a survey. And we went to census survey. So every year we're sending it out to all the parents. It's a 1-question survey. And it's, do you feel that the district involved you, I think, or something like that.
I've got OSA.
And our response rate has been declining a little bit. We've had some feedback. I think parents, we don't identify giftedness. And I think parents would like to provide input on that as well. And it's not set up for that. So did the school district, thank you, Joyce. Did the school district facilitate involvement as a means for improving services as a result for your child? You know, it's kind of like I wrote it, right?
Some attorney wrote that.
So I think Josie started thinking, our indicator lead, you know, maybe we could do a better job explaining what this is. And we need more demographics. So she's working with our TASN project of coordination. They have some experience in this, and they've been working on how to improve survey responses. And part of that process is, do we need to write the question differently? How do we explain it on the beginning of really what is this referring to? Do we need to add some questions as well? So really this is about you giving us feedback on what areas, other than Lena's comment about rewriting the question, what other areas would you want us to ask about? So another state has gone through, they kind of had a 1-question survey, same as us, poor results. How do we beef this up? They did a survey with parent groups and then worked internally, got surveys from districts. And these are the 4 areas. Their survey went from 1 question to about 11 or 12 questions. So the parent rights, procedural safeguards are just that, kind of like what we talked about. Are you aware of what your rights are? Do you get your procedural safeguards? And then parent involvement and participation talks about meetings. Do you meet at a mutually agreeable time? Do you feel heard? Questions like that. The training and information section, a couple questions on, do you receive training from the district, or do they explain and provide information to you? Communication is, I think, just, does the district communicate with you? So these are some areas we might be looking at. Do those resonate? Other areas we're missing? Anything specific? And we probably would include, I think we have a box at the end now for just any comment.
So with the knowledge then that we would still only report on that one, the measure. And the measure asks for us to report on the answer to that question. We would not the additional data that we would get would not be reported to OSEC.
Yeah, that's a good point, thanks.
We can use it internally for improvement, but.
I just want to say that, like, so the meetings that my team has it's usually about 2 to 3 weeks from the date that we give parent the rights, they sign the pirate notice for evaluation. And then we have the staffing results, right? It's about 3 weeks because the way we're doing that. And most of the time we're sitting here at the meeting, we're like, would you like another copy of your parents' rights? And they're like, did I get that before? It's like, they don't remember in 3 weeks that they already got that before. So just a reminder there that they're getting a lot of information all at once a lot of times. I mean, it's just a lot. And so I would hope that wouldn't look bad, like we weren't doing the right thing when the state is doing the right thing, but it may just be a lot of information for parents to be retaining and realizing that is what they got.
And which parent showed up for the meeting? Or was it
Oh,
a
yeah,
step
true,
parent?
or- yeah,
Or
that's
was it the
true.
live-in?
It could have been
Or
a different.
Was it grandma?
That's true.
One thing that we did talk about at kiosk around this question also was, we're not really sure we like that we just send an email after the fact to somebody that says, hey, we sent this many out and this is how. We feel like if the state is saying we need more, this needs to be a bigger deal, all of that maybe that oversight needs to be more in line with what some of the other oversight is, so that the message going out is that it is equally as important as every other one. So that was something we did talk about at kiosk also.
We're using district tools this year, which is different. Has anybody experienced any problems or like it better? Any feedback on district tools?
So
I don't know what that is, Kelly.
That's the program.
In the past, we used Qualtrics.
Oh, okay.
We're
haven't,
all like, huh?
haven't heard anything.
I haven't.
That's consistent with what I've heard in other groups.
I did a family engagement using district tools for my district as a parent 2 or 3 years ago. I've seen fine.
I think it's also an education with the districts that this feedback isn't just to provide the state with information that they report to OSEP. It should change your practices for the betterment of this, required team member. So, in explaining it to parents also, how our staff explain it to them regarding the feedback and how important it is for us to make sure that this process continues to be successful for your child, we don't even talk about it, is it just that they get the email or do they get this? So it's somewhat education.
And we often are now, because it'll, like in our IEP writing program, it prints out along with the IEP. So at the time in which we're handing them 9,000 things to sign and all of this, we're saying, here's a survey, but we're not going into that. And I think that also comes back on us to educate our staff, but also again that's all we're reporting to. We just send an email like, oh, yep, we sent it out. And so we feel like if there are more teeth, so to speak, or a bigger importance put on it at the state level, then that would also trickle down to us to say, take the time to explain that. I mean, we should do that anyways. I'm not saying that, but the message is consistent then.
When I sent out, so we have, the IEP meeting have the draft of the plan. And then after everything's finalized, we send a finalized copy. I started this year sending a note with it, thanking them about coming, and then a description about the QR code questionnaire at the end of the IEP, kind of what it is, and ask them to please go ahead and take it, and that is completely anonymous. So that, because there's so much given to them at the meeting, it kind of separated a little bit more when they get the finalized one. I don't know, I'm trying it this year and see how it works.
It's a good idea.
So one thing that we could ask their evaluation team to do is present an analysis of the family engagement survey data. Because so about 15,000 parents take that every year. And there's a place where they can identify whether or not their student has an IEP on it, what their race ethnicities are, what languages they speak in their home, and do they qualify for free or reduced lunch. And we could ask them to bring an analysis of what that data looks like to this group. Because there's 15, 20 questions on that.
I'm also curious what other states' participation rates are like.
There is not a question about, did you receive your parental rights or procedural safeguards?
The other states was just as low as ours. So this is the first year they're rolling theirs out. So they don't have their data yet. I agree with, Jennifer makes a good point. I think it's about education. What I'm hearing is not only staff, but parents. So if even if it's not additional questions, that might help us, but if we summarize at the beginning, because I'm not sure we have a good summary of, to remind a parent if it's been any time, or if they've taken it home and then aren't putting it together, to identify really what this is about.
Well, how many people actually review it other than the state? Does a director of special education review that data? Or is it, I mean, obvious, no, I never reviewed that data. So if it's really valued in the relationship of the parent, why am I not at least know what, because I don't receive it. So, I think that that's kind of a disconnect, because if it's truly important and wanting to have that feedback from parents, why are we not aware of maybe some of the things that parents are reporting from the million buildings that we serve? So
Cause you probably use your family engagement survey data for that.
What family
Yeah.
engagement survey?
Family engagement survey data gives you information that you can act on. That's meaningful and
Is that the one
relevant.
Jane put together, that one? Is that that
It's the
one?
one that we started with SPDIG, that Families Together built, and then PayPerk adopted it, and then our TASN evaluation.
Yes.
And then MTSS, all our TASN providers use it, including MTSS, so it's
Maybe
about
we,
15,000
maybe we need to bring
respondents every
that
year.
for the SEAC to see it.
And that was mailed from the state to the parent, right? No, that was mailed from the district.
No, it's administered by a district.
The district.
It comes from a district to their parents.
engagement.
We used to get something from the state.
And the only reason we have access to it, we have access to the aggregated data because we own the website that it's launched from.
And this information's in the engagements, or
Like our school staff welcoming to my family. Do they seek my input to better understand my child and family?
Yeah, and there's 20 questions, which was too
Is
much.
my child valued and cared for in this school? Do they value the diversity and uniqueness of my family?
So not all schools are doing that, though. Is that a correct statement? I don't know that.
Correct.
So let's hypothetically say your district doesn't. Is that something they could opt in on and say, hey, I want that survey, or do they have to be a part of some like TASN program, or you know what I mean? Like
At an improvement, they have to be part of an improvement effort.
but is that survey including that information?
No.
It's all general. I was just thinking like if
I would say the answer to that's not really, but I'm curious, like, I don't get either one.
Right.
So I'm like, how can I at least get some? Because that would be great. But I'm also thinking from a KISA standpoint and KISA goal that's great information.
That's where they
So-
use this. This is also used with PISA.
Okay.
And it's been validated and put through all the statistical things as being a valid and reliable survey.
So is the goal of changing the survey from the one question to however many it is, get more parents to take it so that we can get more accurate data on their involvement?
What does this question tell you? When you read that question, what did that inform you?
Can we go back to it? And it's one whole slide up, and it was written by a lawyer.
It's pretty much pulled from the measurement tables. Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to give the attorney in the room a hard time.
Joyce, can you go back to the prior slide? Thank you.
Measurement table says percent parents with a child receiving special education services who report that school has facilitated parent involvement as a means of improving services and results for their children with disabilities. And
And
Right.
didn't
And then
we
there's
used
the
to have
citation.
5 questions and we just dropped it down to one
Well,
a couple
Laura,
years ago?
because we
Yes.
couldn't get a response.
Because
We would get 300 parents, we did cohorts, and we get 300. So I recommended that we move to all parents, not just the cohorts. So we could get better responses. Well, we started to get better responses. But when you read this question, what does it really tell you? Did the school district facilitate involvement? What does that mean to a parent?
Did they invite you to the meeting? That's what I get. Invite you.
That's the measure OSEP's collecting.
I know, but then read
If
the
you want a
next
different measure,
phrase.
then we need to do a different
As a
survey.
means of improving services and results for your child.
My bigger question is, the layperson parent has got to understand and be able to interpret the question.
Yeah.
And
if we are sitting here going, I think it means, it could mean, it might mean, they're not going. Now we've lost it. And so they just, if they took the time to click it, they just click back on it.
But I think you have that same issue with, like, if you go from 1 question to 11 questions.
I know.
I mean, I've made it too, and I mean, think about your emails right now. How many surveys do you have in there that you've just ignored?
Absolutely.
So is there a way that we can move like away from some of these surveys? And I don't know how you would do that, but.
I think that question, when you say facilitate involvement, if I was a parent and I didn't know much about the process, I wouldn't know who's being involved. Like, I would be confused. Like, can we describe what that looks like? You know, obviously parent participation and and because I think the improving services and results for your child is so key in there, that just making it more clear regarding who.
Or did they, as a parent, did I get what I wanted for my kid? No.
Right, that's
right.
To the school district actively support your involvement to help improve services and outcomes for your child. I feel like that's softer, but.
As a low education parent though, you've lost me after 10 words.
If you ask me if I did something with my teacher, my kid's teacher, I understand that.
Yeah.
So
Well, were you a part of that?
Melanie has an idea.
And facilitating involvement may not mean that I was happy with the outcome of the meeting. So do I felt like my voice was heard and my comments or my requests were incorporated into the IEP? The outcome of that statement is very different than was I involved. I mean, I was in the room, I signed the paper, sure, I was involved.
And that's what they want to know.
Yeah.
If you were
Because
in the
that's
room.
the letter of the law, is if you were involved, whether or not you agreed with the outcome. The law requires parent involvement.
So why don't we just say, did you attend your child's
But
IEP
they
meeting?
can tell you that already, they can see the paper.
yeah.
They can see, I mean.
Yeah. I think that would be a way to
Involvement.
answer it, because if I didn't like the outcome, I would say no. I participated, but I didn't feel like it improved because you didn't put in the IEP what I wanted.
Did you attend and have the opportunity to participate? Would
Yes,
that
but it
be-
says as means for improving services and results
Right.
for my child, and I feel like you didn't do that.
But I'm getting to, you just asked me, did you attend, you're just gonna get too many, well, hopefully 100% yes. But
I swear we met on this like a while back and that we came up with like 3 questions. Did we not do that? Did we not come up with like 3 questions that replaced this? I swear we did.
That may have been that may have been when we went from 5 questions down to
It's
this 1
what,
question.
the requirement is what Kelly
A little
just
bit
read,
longer.
the measure.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we can do though as a state is we can request information from other states on how are they soliciting.
Well, and that's why I asked though what their response rate is, because maybe they're getting more response rates also, and.
Well, I think we have to hit the theme of what OSEP wants parents to tell us.
We have to get the survey, they would have to approve our survey too.
Yeah, but it's
It's
what are other states using, maybe with better language, what Kelly said made a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, it did me too.
Than this. So, and that might be all that we need to do. I mean, we don't have to recreate the wheel, but we want this to be parent friendly. And I don't know that that question is parent friendly.
Even if you flip flop the language and start with where your child's services improved as a result of your involvement. And you know, even if you just flip that entire question around, at least it gets to the heart of what we really want to know, being, was there improvement? Not, were you there? When it starts with involvement, that's, you know what I mean? Like,
But I don't think it has to do with improvement at all. I think it has to do with engagement. Were you engaged? Did the school invite you to engage in discussions related to your child's services and program?
it's just silly to me that they want a parent to answer that question because they can see that. I mean, they look at the notice of meeting, they look at the parent signature for attendance. I mean, they can see that in a better way.
It's
They
in
can
so
see
many,
that in a better
and
way.
we document 10 times that they were at the meeting. They may not have agreed, whatever, but you were present, you participated, you know what I mean, but.
But do I feel like I participated? I think that's
That is
important
two
too,
different
is like, sure, y'all handed me 15 papers to sign, but you told me what the minutes were, you told me what the goals were. Was I a participant truly? And I think that's.
Yeah, I agree.
We had 10 questions, 5 years.
Oh, then.
was just 5 years ago, so maybe I was one thinking, I'm thinking like, it's like 3 months, like.
Say which state has the best data on indicator rate, what are they?
I
What's
think
their
we
language?
will do some work.
Because every state has indicator rate.
We can be here all day and
Yeah.
discuss and discuss it, but at the same time, I think if we could give you some options in the language, bring that back in January for you all to review. And if we do change anything, then as Carrie said, we have to get approval for it. But that would be a future year, it wouldn't be for this year. But at least then we have an opportunity to show that we're trying to get parent engagement. Cause that was the big.
Won't necessarily increase the response rate.
I was gonna say, what is
No,
that?
and
That's the only critique OSEP has given us, is response rate.
I know, but there's no engagement mentioned here.
Right, but I think if we have a better question, a better survey, I think it'd be easier for us as administrators to explain it to our providers, who could then explain it to families. Because I can't explain this to my teachers and expect them to explain that to a family and help with the response rate, because nobody knows what we're even asking.
That's why I asked the question. What does that mean? We'll work on it. Let us work on it. Julie's supposed to be back at 2.
I think we have a break.
Did we have
Yeah,
a
I know,
break?
right?
We can
We did
take
have a
30
break, so let's go ahead and take a break till
Please eat another
2:05. Yeah, 2:05,
Two more
we will
lunches.
start again.
Have some sweets, get a roll. We'll have you two on the road. Are you going to?
I'm in tonight.
How are you doing?
Half the people agreed that they were good at. And if it's more than.
Town, are you traveling?
Boom, 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 but they don't ask me more than that.
Yeah.
Because you
Call that a corn story.
Yeah.
I'll spend a lot.
Awesome. Well, Julie, welcome back. We have you up next for the assessment results section.
You want me up here?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, that'd be great.
My name is Julie Ewing. I'm the Assistant Director for Assessments on the Career Standards and Assessment Team. And I thank you for inviting me down. I work on 6th floor, so I say thank you for inviting me down. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting and a little bit of respite because we are on 6th floor. They are working on our HVAC system. We just started on Monday. And I have a clock in my office that tells me the time and the date and the temperature. And yesterday and today, this afternoon, it's hitting 82 degrees. And I don't work well in heat. So we're all kind of just hot. So it feels really nice. Okay. Joyce, do you have my?
Yeah.
Okay. As I said, I work with assessments and I really wasn't quite sure what this group was looking for. I have taken notes though from the virtual conversation earlier and have been pulling up some things as well because I also work with virtual programs in schools, graduation rate and alternative schools. So I'm wearing a lot of hats these days. But just to kind of give you a recap of what our testing window looked like in 23-24 for the general assessments, we have ELA, which is English Language Arts, Math, and Science. That testing window last year looked a little different than it has in the past because we had 2 different windows. The first window was for students that were testing in person. We use the words in person because they were at the school. Then we had, because of House Bill 2080, we offered full-time virtual students the option to test in person during that in-person testing window, or they could come to that, or they could test in a remote setting that last testing window. In the past, if you were a virtual student, you were required to come in to the school building, or if you felt really uncomfortable coming into the school building, some people would meet at the library, different places, but it was somebody that was, the test was proctored in person. So those were some changes for our testing window last year. DLM didn't change from previous years. We don't do that one in a remote setting, but we had testing windows for the fall and the spring. Joyce, if you click that next slide. Our summative assessments look different than DLM because DLM is an embedded, structurally embedded test, which you guys know all about DLM, taught me about that. But our general assessments are for math and ELA, they're 3 through 8 in 10th grade, and then science is 3 through 8 and 11th grade. And you guys already know all of this, so this is just kind of, didn't realize I had the experts in the room. You already know all. These are the performance level descriptors that we currently have. FYI, we are going to ask the board to change those next year because if you haven't heard, we have a new enhanced revised assessment for next year, a little bit different blueprint. And we have worked with our Kansas Assessment Advisory Council for the last 2 years, going over these 4 sentences, for these 4 levels. So we're hoping to get those changed and hope the board will approve those. It has in there the skills and knowledge needed for post-secondary success. or post-secondary readiness. We want to change that to here, it's not word for word. But a student at level 1 shows a limited ability to understand and use third grade state standards in math. So it's grade level standards, because as you know, more than anybody, people don't understand that our assessment is at grade level. We can't say that the students that are scoring in level 1 are scoring below grade level. They're not scoring well at grade level, but with the tests that we give for the state assessments, there's no below, there's not, if you take the 3rd grade math test, there are no 2nd grade level standards on there. So that student may be performing below grade level, but you can't use our test to make that assumption. So all of the people that say that are not accurate. So soapbox. Let's get we are going to ask the board though to change level 3, the effective, and use the word proficient. So we'll see what they say.
Can I ask a quick question on that? There is conversation in the field that level 2 under current language, maybe this is where it's coming from, or maybe this was the message it was sent, is at grade level. And by changing level 3 to say proficient, I feel like that maybe indicates a more grade level.
Well, it's all at grade level. So at level 2, they're basic. They have a basic understanding of grade level standards. At level 1, they have a very limited understanding of grade level standards. But I see where you're going.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like where, I mean, as a state, I think we have shifted to saying like we want get those kids at least level 3, right? But then the comment has been, but 2 is they've got a basic understanding of what they're supposed to know, right? So I think one nice part about the word proficient, I do think proficient is a little bit higher than basic in my, you know, when you tell me those words, but that means that they are at grade level successfully in that, you know what I mean? Like they're where they're supposed to be, I guess, maybe is better than at grade level. Whereas excellent says they're performing even, they're doing really, really, really well above the quote unquote average, because that's probably not the right word to use either.
Right, because they're still at grade level. Those
Right.
level 4 kiddos are still at grade level.
Right.
They are just, they understand those grade level standards a whole lot more than that level 1 kiddo does. Because they're just really struggling, right? They've got a limited knowledge. We will also have a standard setting in June of next year. So we'll see what happens with that.
How does this language affect the DLM descriptions? Initial precursor, distal precursor, target?
It won't
It won't.
impact them at all.
Okay, but they're still reported out as 1s, 2s, 3s, or 4s.
I'll look at Carrie back there and ask her.
We'll say that for later.
She's my expert on DLM. I don't. I try to. Do you want to say something, Carrie?
What was your specific question?
By changing these descriptors, we, you know, we do have the different initial distal precursors, all that in the
Right.
DLMs. But it's still reported out as a 1, 2, 3, or 4.
That is correct.
So
So we don't use these performance level descriptors so much for DLM. I mean, it's not in the report in that sense.
okay. I just wondered what the interplay between those two. If there isn't really one
It has
now.
to be looked at differently because DLM is such a different test. And you can really look at that report and see, you know, what linkage level, you know, and what we use for DLM, there's advanced, there's
Target.
at target. I'm hitting a blank.
Distal precursor, initial
Well,
precursor.
yeah, we've got the
These
5
are
language
different,
levels, but then there's the 4 performance levels.
Okay,
And those performance levels have descriptors with DLM
okay.
that are different than these. So,
But they are aggregated together in a district report.
Yes, yeah, but one of the things that's really neat about DLM is depending on how the blueprint is covered, you can have students who are at an initial precursor or district precursor level who perform proficient, which is really neat because we have those kiddos that are nonverbal who can't, they can't do the proximal precursor or the target or the successor, but they can still become proficient by mastering, they have to master more testlets at that lower linkage, but they can still be proficient based on where that individual student's at.
And I understand that, but is that going to be part of this conversation?
No, I don't think so. I think this is more for the summative general assessment, but that's a good question.
That would be.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kim.
Good. Joyce, if you go to the next one. This information, all of this information, I know you guys know this, can be found at the building report card. And it's really an interactive report. You can drill down to all your subgroups. But I just wanted to pull up math. This is all students versus the students that are marked with a disability. And this is from 2024. So you can see that 33.24 are in level 1 for all students, and then compare that to the population for SPED students, they're at 61.9. And Joyce, if you'll go to the next one. And then I just took out the disabilities and compared them to 23 and 24. So you can see that in 24, although it's teeny tiny amount, we still decreased the number, and I say we, you guys are the ones doing the work. We decreased that level 1 just a little bit in 24. But what I think is really kind of cool is the change from level 1, from 23 to 24 was in level 1 and then level 4. So it wasn't just you know, some of those kids you moved up to level 2, but then you also moved some kids up from 3 to 4, which is kind of, so instead of 3.71 in level 4, you have 4.05. I get excited about things like that. So. I did the same thing with ELA. Here's all students compared to students with disabilities in 2024. And the next slide just shows the comparison for students with disabilities from 23 to 24. And again, this one was a little bit less of a number jump, but we did show just a slight decrease in that number in level 1. And you guys were good students enough to know that that's a big, it's hard moving them, right? Did the same thing with science. This is all students and SPED students. And then I compared this to disabilities from 23 to 24. So a little bit, got a whole number there going on. My contact information is on the last page. I talked to Bert. I have been taking notes from the session earlier today. We do have all kinds of data showing how many virtual students we have, how many virtual students have a disability, how many virtual students tested, how many graduate. So I can put that together and give that to you for next meeting, Bert.
Thank you. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Julie?
So I just have a question. So I just recently learned in a KISA training about, I can't remember the name, but you can log in through the authenticated applications and the district can see all of their state assessment data. And they can see perhaps, that you might be right, but perhaps you can see like who's a high level 1 versus a low level 1. Is that publicly available data in any way, just even at the state level? Like, could we see of that
60-some% of kids with disabilities who are level 1, how many of them are getting close to level 2 versus how many are at the bottom end of level 1?
If, like Bert said, it's in AMOS, blanking on the academic measures of student
Student
success. We like that. If you log in to AMOS and you have access to that, and you look at your district, it's called the API indicator that breaks those 4 performance level categories into 8. You will be able to see the state average in it as well. It's not reported.
And if you're an interlocal, then you have to have access at each district, a login for each district. Would that be correct?
To see each district level information.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking for the state, then you could see that as you just have one login for one district.
Okay.
I do think though, as you mentioned that came up through FISA, last year we did some work with Jennifer Haney, is that right?
At
Greenbush. At Greenbush, and she sent us a spreadsheet that we filled out that did a lot of analysis of taking that data from AMOS and putting it in there. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, with SPED and Kiosk 2.0, we're gonna start having a lot more questions and meeting and looking at a lot more of that data, so. But that was just one of my districts last year, so it's a valid point they would
You're
take.
gonna have a lot of permissions and a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, I think of KKO with 19, like,
Yeah,
holy moly.
but that's the way it's set up. That's the way it's set
Yeah,
up.
no, that's not my,
And there's some very, there's a lot of very private, personally identifiable information in there. So it is not something to just give lightly to a login information. I mean, it is something that really needs to be very secure. We really take that very seriously on the assessment team, is keeping that information. And I know you guys do too, because you're special ed and that's all you do. My husband was special ed and I know it's a big deal. But that has a lot of information in it that we don't want out for public. I appreciate what you do.
thank you. Anything else for Julie? Okay, thank you, Julie. Like I said, we've skipped ahead already, so I think now we are ready for the ex officio member reports. So the first one we have up is Leslie with Families Together. Leslie, are you still on? Joyce, can you see us? Leslie still on?
I'm sharing my screen. Let's see.
Okay. What do you think?
You also don't have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Leslie is not available. Is Ashley, I know Ashley left earlier, but Ashley, are you back? Or Casey?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I had my camera off and now I feel like, oh goodness, I should have maybe checked. Let's see. Could I share the screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So not a ton of big updates, but did just want to give you guys some resources and some brief updates for our winter conference coming up. I linked our website. Our website has had a couple different updates, but there's some good resources on there that just kind of explains Casey, our regions, some of the committees that we have. So I did provide a link on there if you guys want to dig into that more. And I'll send this to Joyce so she can send it out with the rest of the materials today. Membership, we're at approximately 200, might be a little bit more than that at this point, representing over 286 school districts here in Kansas. Our award season is in full swing. The the members of Casey are eligible for nominations and are eligible to make nominations, but you guys have some Casey members at the table there, and you also have them in me. You have one in me, I mean. And so if you know some really wonderful administrators or educators, professionals in special education, then feel free to reach out to your Casey members who maybe could recognize them for the excellent work that they're doing. So I included the information on there as well. A couple resources. The cost of special education in Kansas flyer is one that we share every year. The legislative committee for Casey will update that again this year, and we'll be sure to share that out with you as well, as well as any of those legislative updates as the season comes into full swing there as well. The administrator of SPED professional leadership standards, actually, I won't open that because I don't want to mess up our links here. That is actually from CASE, the Council for Administrators of Special Education. It's one of our partners. And it goes, our state is going through the process of kind of identifying some of those professional leadership standards for special education specifically. And so this is a great resource for people who maybe aren't familiar with what some of those standards would be for a director of special education or other leadership positions within special education. So again, just kind of a resource for knowledge. And then the calendar we shared with you last time, but again, linking that. Our next Connecting with Casey is coming up tomorrow. And so again, that's just a resource that has gotten started, I think maybe 2 years ago, where the members are able to come together. We talk about different topics, have usually a speaker, and then can collaborate together on different things that are occurring in the field. SPED and the building leader, this resource down here, is in partnership with USA Kansas, and it's a series that really highlights that responsibility, but also ownership from the building leadership position of special education in the building, and also the collaboration that occurs or should occur in order to make that an effective partnership. And then finally, our Casey Winter Conference in January. Also our membership meeting, which will occur right before that. That'll be in Wichita at the Drury Hotel. And so looking forward to that. I look forward to the winter conference every year. I think that it's gotten better every single year. The first time I went was maybe the year before COVID, so that's probably not a good judge, but we definitely, I think, see more people attending, but we also see a lot of really timely topics. And so looking forward to that again. And when we have those breakout sessions and everything finalized, we'll share that out with the membership here too. And that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. I think I did everything. Okay. Next I'm not sure if Mike is back from DRC, Disability Rights. Yes.
Yep, I'm here.
Perfect.
Well, just lots of exciting things happening. And I think last time I did a little bit of a report. We've done some analysis of the waiting list and are keep working on a lot of work on that for both the IDD waiver and the PD waiver. And kind of the exciting realization is that if we continue to do the right kinds of things, there's actually 4 things, and I'll just give you the highlights. I'd be happy to go in depth later on if that's helpful. But if we can do EPSDT well, and I'll qualify this, a lot of this is helping people meet their needs. So it's not necessarily saying that we're going to provide waiver slots to everyone who would qualify, because I think if we're able to meet their needs, they may not want, or they may choose not to move on to the waiver right now. Because one of the things that we knew is earlier this year, it was 5,407 people on the IDD waiting list. And so the legislature passed 500 slots, which was great. And I guess then the waiting list was nearly 11 years. And because the waiting list was so long, advocates and everyone have encouraged people to sign up early. And what's happening is people are signing up early. So as we looked at the data and the ages of people on the waiting list, like 64% of them are age 22 or younger. And so if we're able to meet their needs using EPSDT and using services that they're currently receiving through school, we may be able to meet their needs, and they'll at least have either less needs or smaller waiver needs if they need the waiver during that time frame. But I think, the sense is a lot of people are signing up early because at some point in the future, they know they're going to need waiver services. And so, so step one is doing EPSDT well. Step two is really continuing to add capacity to the waiver. So we added 500 slots this year. Actually, more than 800 people have come off the waiting list because of how long it is, how long people have been on there. You know, not everyone, they're not able to track down everyone and or they're not accepting. So the acceptance rate isn't 100%. So we know it's moving the right direction, I guess, is a good thing. And then step three is they roll out the community supports waiver and ramp that up to about 1,500 people. And then the last thing is to rethink how we manage the waiting list and to move to active management of the waiting list. But part of that is like states like Virginia, like Kansas is a first on, first off with a crisis exception. So somebody signs up, we go through the list, and then, you know, so in the order that they went onto the list. Some states, such as Virginia, take into account when someone will need services. And I'm not saying Virginia has the right model. We need to come up with a Kansas way of doing it. But on the Virginia, with the way they do it, they say, okay, do you need services now or in the next 12 months? So in the current budget cycle, is it 1 to 5 years or 5+ years? And so again, when we talk about like early identification and child find, it would be great if we could identify folks and get them onto that 5+ list so then we can begin planning for their future needs. And so having a model, something like that would help us to better know how many waiver slots we need now, the scope of the services that someone might need, and as well as ideally even project future needs. So we can, as a state who passes a budget, be able to plan for that. And as the provider community and others, we can all collaborate to understand what the needs are going to be in a community to better plan. So anyway, so that's kind of the very, very 30, a lot longer than 30 seconds, but kind of the elevator pitch of how we can eliminate the waiting list. And if we do those things over the next, 4 years, 3 to 4 years, we could potentially eliminate the waiting list. And I think I've talked about before too, like there's 280 kids in the foster care system currently on the waiting list. We think about how transition would look like and what some of these other systems would look like if there was no waiting list. It would be a transformational sort of change. And so we're excited. And again, there's lots that go into that. And as we get more data, we can better prove this out. So I will fully qualify, our analysis was based on a point in time on the waiting list of December of 2023 when we're able to analyze the data. But as we get better data, we can continue that analysis and better understand, how many slots we need to add for the comprehensive waiver or how many for the community sports waiver and plan for the future. Another exciting thing that's happening is for the last 4 years, the Judicial Council has convened a guardianship and conservatorship advisory committee, and they've been working to overhaul Kansas's guardianship laws, which I think the last time we did that might have been in 2002. So it was long overdue. And they're based on the uniform code, which was passed, I think, in mid 2009, 2010, I think. So that standard has been around for a while. Lots of states have been going through and adopting a lot of the uniform code. And so this will be a major update to Kansas guardianship laws with a lot of just more modern concepts, like, considering alternatives to guardianship before you enter into a guardianship, and making sure that an individual who is potentially coming under guardianship, like they have counsel representing them in the process, and just a number of safeguards that don't exist today, that will be very positive developments, just to ensure that we don't end up, because we know Kansas currently has way more guardianships than the national average, according to the national core indicators. And anyways, I'm rambling. I need more coffee. But that gives you kind of a snapshot of a couple of things that are coming up that are pretty big. And if anyone has any questions, let me know, but I'd be happy to share. And then there's lots of other stuff happening too, but exciting work in the area of transition for sure.
Thank you, Mike. All right. Melanie Haas with the Kansas Board of Education, giving updates.
I do, thank you. State board meets every month, and so we met last week for November, and obviously there are a lot of things, there's a lot of overlap, so I tried to kind of sift through and figure out what do you guys want to hear about. First of all, I'll take a step back and say that in October, the State Department of Ed hosted the KSDE Great Ideas Conference. And so I just want to put a plug in for that conference. I always encourage board members to go because it's just such a good opportunity for them to get to sit in some of those sessions and hear the different topics, talk to teachers and administrators, and just learn. And one of the things that they announced at the conference last month is that it is moving from fall to summer. So if you're making your plans for next year, maybe if you didn't go this year, you might clear some space in July. During the November board meeting for the state board, both months are going to be kind of light because we just had an election. And so we know that we have 3 outgoing board members and we'll be welcoming 3 new board members in January. So that'll be their first meeting, is the January meeting. The Blue Ribbon Task Force on Screen Time has wrapped up, and they spent about 8-10 weeks somewhere in there meeting weekly. We had 36 folks from around the state, students, parents, teachers, administrators, a couple of board members. I served on it, and then some experts in the industry, IT professionals, a couple of those as well, that got together on Zoom every week and basically talked through what are the things that the state board and KSDE need to be offering to districts to support them as they're making decisions around policies regarding either personal devices or school issued devices, and just what are best practices. So some of the concerns coming out of that conversation were, is the state board going to ban cell phones and tell students that they can't bring their phones to school, or teachers for that matter? And so I've tried to really get the message out loud and clear. The state board generally avoids mandates. What we wanted to do is produce a document, like I said, that can provide that guidance for local districts. One of the topics that came up during this conversation, though, was, well, what about IEPs? And so I know that I popped in a couple of times to talk about how important it is that students have access to assistive devices, whatever those may be. And ultimately, during the conversation about what are the recommendations from the task force going to be, we decided that we didn't even need to address it because the IEP always supersedes, right? That the IEP is law. So the message that you all need to hear is that if someone does have a device that needs to be used for whatever reason, whatever the device may be, I recommend making sure that it's in the IEP just so that you're covered. Because if every local board adopts a different policy, you want to just have something in there that's going to always protect that kiddo and the family so that, you know, there's no question about what they need to have access to. The report, I actually have a draft copy if anybody wants to kind of thumb through it, but it's really pretty high level. It's best practices. I think the big news coming out of that was that the task force did decide that they are really recommending to districts that phones be put away for all students, K through 12, and really teachers too, that you're just putting those away during the day. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that. And then the state board in November also talked through legislative priorities. So I kind of heard that came up a little bit earlier. How much do you write into legislative priorities? And actually, if I could screen share, which I don't have it up right now, but I will have Joyce, I'll make sure that she gets the link if you want to jot this down or if you want to type it in your browser right now. KSDE.org/board is a great place to start if you just want to catch up and keep track of what the board is doing. If you go there, you can see the map that shows all 10 board districts and where those boundaries are. And then there's a link for agendas. And we have a wonderful executive administrative assistant who takes great notes during the meetings. And so you can find a really nice, just couple page summary. Right now, if you go to look for the November one, it's still just a single sheet, but when she's done with that, she'll update it again. And so like, if you go back to October, you'll see a multi-page that walks you through all of the topics that were discussed during the month, as well as how those votes went. So if basically, I think she lists minority votes. So if you had 1 or 2 people vote no, she'll tell you who those board members were. That's also a great place for you guys to be able to go and just reach out to a board member and say, hey, I saw that you voted no on this, or that you voted yes on this, you know, thank you for your yes vote. Or if there's a no vote, you know, you can reach out and say, let me be a resource. I can help you understand how this affects, you know, some of our kiddos. So just some things that you might want to consider doing with that information. So on the legislative priorities, for instance, some of the things that we talked about, and we haven't voted on these yet. So they were presented in November. The state board will discuss a little bit more in December and then decide what they want to adopt. And so, things that maybe aren't specific, you know, to our situation here in the building as KSDE, but still apply would be, the success of the foster child report card is something that's on that list, as well as, opioid crisis, farm to plate. We had a great presentation on farm to plate, and that's actually a potential item on the legislative priorities. Safe and secure schools, and then high quality childcare. So if that helps with that conversation that I heard earlier, I just wanted to make sure to call those out. The obvious ones, you know, funding special education excess costs at 92% is of course top of the list. Therefore, they broke down the legislative priorities in 4 areas. So there's academic support, health and safety, funding, and education policy governance. So feel free to look at the draft of that, and obviously reach out to board members if you have any inputs. And then we had a lot of, because I said it's kind of a light month because we've got outgoing and new board members coming in. But there are some really great presentations. If you do want to go back and watch any parts of the board meeting, we had a couple of different pretty heavy presentations on the blueprint for literacy and science of reading. And so those are really excellent. And back to legislative priorities, one of the priorities is to keep funding that position for the dyslexia coordinator so that we can continue that work, which I think is kind of baked into the blueprint for literacy. KMEA came and gave a great presentation on music education in our schools. Keisha was there and gave a very fast, Bill Thaflick knocked it out of the park. He talked really quickly through just Keisha and some of the changes that they've made in their policies this year. I think that's about it. Checking my notes here. Oh, and then I wanted to mention too to this group that there was we have a regular conversation around data. And we have some board members who I think are still kind of trying to fit the pieces together, where when we use the word data, what exactly does that mean? And how much personal information about a student is being shared? Because I think that that's the concern that I really hear is, ooh, you know, we want to be really careful about how we share data. And so there was a discussion about a data sharing agreement. In this case, it has to do with taking information that we would ultimately be getting from the federal government. The commissioner made a trip to the Pentagon to say, we would really like to be able to count enlisting in the military as part of post-secondary success. But that's data that we have not been able to get access to. And so they have now agreed that we might be able to get that data. So what does that look like for us to bring that data in? And then how do we append it to the data that we have on post-secondary success? So, you know, who's graduating when? And so I bring this up with you all because I want you to know that I see this as a threat to us being able to do some of this work. So the conversation about MTSS and just all of the different ways, every time you say data out loud, if you're saying it in front of the state board, know that there are a couple of people that are going, wait, I'm not sure what that means. And I'm very, very nervous about it. And so we're just going to have to work to continue to try to educate everyone and make sure that they're clear that we're not sharing personal information. There's data that already sits here within the servers that KSDE uses. And so I think part of it is, you know, where is the data located physically, but also what is the data comprised of? So, yeah, we need to know that that's a gap and keep that in mind, please, if you're ever coming to talk to the state board too, when you think about data, you might, you know, spend a couple of extra minutes just kind of considering where does this data come from? What all does it entail? And how much do we need to have access to data to be able to track academic progress and outcomes? I think that's all I've got for you.
On
Any other
the
questions?
Great Ideas Conference, is that early, mid, late July? Did they said that?
The end of July.
It is
25th, I think, through the 27th.
27 through 30.
I always say the wrong
2025.
way. 27 through the 30. It's that week though.
And when is leadership?
It's the last of June.
Oh, we're in June still.
We stayed in June because the director said you all couldn't attend because you had in-services starting at
August.
the level
Absolutely.
to start in August. So we did not, we
July.
changed. We used to be our special ed leadership
Got it.
conference.
Okay.
Used to be the last week of July, and directors came to me and said, we're not gonna be able to attend next year if you schedule it at this time because of our in-service schedule. And this is problematic because we're trying to hire people. then you're giving us all this updated information. We don't have time to build it into our training and our PD. So I asked in the meeting, how many of you are gonna have a conflict next year? And about half the hands went up. So then Taz in coordination worked with the Hyatt to get us the last week of June, which just happened to be open, and we moved it to June last year, and we'll have it again June this year.
Which then freed the dates up for.
Great ideas.
Yeah, because the Hyatt then had an opening for the last week of July. So
Well, SEAC still meet in July then, like they used to meet like in Wichita, but then like this year last year we didn't because of the switch to June. So will we meet in Wichita in June? Will we meet?
that's a
here in July?
decision that this SEAC.
Actually, I thought we did.
I didn't know if you'd already decided that.
We did, we still met in July.
I'm to July here.
So that was the way our year.
Well, when you start July 1, any members that
Oh,
are
it's the
going
new-
off
Yeah.
go off in April, and any that are starting would start when we have our first meeting in the new year, which would be beginning July 1.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Melanie. All right, Kansas State School for the Blind.
Real quick, thank you, John Harding, School for the Blind. We got licensed for an inclusive childcare center for students aged 6 weeks to 6 years old. So we'll have sighted children and children who are blind, low vision, excited about that. We have an extended school year program. We're so busy, we've had to switch from a 3-week program to two-week sessions. So if you have students who want to come, we still welcome you. We've tried to relieve some pressure by doing extended school year on the road. So we go to Wichita, Hayes, and I think Dodge City to allow those children to also get an experience. Our vision symposium was a professional development for vision teachers, orientation mobility specialists, some early childhood folks, and a few administrators. We had 165 down at the Drury a couple of weeks ago. Trying to partner with KOA, the Kansas Optometric Association, because they do an education conference the day before in Wichita. So we're trying to say, let's do it together. We hosted a Make 48 competition. We've had this partnership with the Inventors Group. We had a regional competition with 6 schools for the blind earlier this fall. That will be aired next Wednesday at 8 p.m. on Roku's This Old House Makers channel. So these are kids who are blind, who are designing prototypes, presenting, meeting with patent lawyers, and then winning money at the end of the show. The nationals were actually held 2 weeks ago, and I got a chance to judge that competition. The winners got $10,000, and the Washington School for the Blind advanced to that competition. They didn't win, but they accounted very well for themselves. It was a great event. We have blind sports. So a group called Investigate TV called me 2 months ago and said, we'd like to come out and do an investigation. I said, what are you investigating? Well, they said, well, the name is a bit of a misnomer. We want to highlight blind soccer. So I said, okay. So they came out and they've got probably a 5-minute piece on our blind soccer program. And it's got a lot of attention because Sporting KC's Victory Project gave us some money for a blind soccer pitch, and they're tying it in with 2026 World Cup that'll be in Kansas City, of course. So excited about that. Rebecca and I are working on an opportunity to bring more SPED directors to our school and do some exciting collaboration and more partnership, I think it's fair to say. And then the last couple things, KISA, we met yesterday with Dr. Jay Scott and Myron Melton. There's a cohort of special schools that are going through KISA. So Lake Mary, School for the Deaf, School for the Blind, Heart Spring, and Lawrence Gardner High School. So we are all meeting and talking about outcomes. What do we want to measure in terms of transition, academic outcomes, and SEL? Having good conversations. And I think it's a bit new for Dr. Scott to learn a little bit about special education. And I think somebody from SETS will probably be invited to that conversation because it's good. We're going pretty deep trying to figure how that works. Lastly, it's the holiday season. If you Google Braille bean coffee, you'll now find ground coffee as well as whole bean coffee, 1 pound or half-pound bags. So please support us. Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I do think Luann had to leave, but just to check, Luann, are you back? Okay, and Ida was not able to attend, is that correct? Or
I don't think she's been on at all today.
Okay. Then at this point, I would say we're.
If you have any agenda items, I'll just say, please send them to me or to Lindsay. And we'll coordinate with Marvin and Lena as we plan the next meeting. But yeah, if you could think of anything that comes up that you'd like for us to review or study, we came up with ideas today, then we'll bring those up.
And Joyce just put on the screen the next meeting dates reminder. It is 2 days and on the 14th, that's when we have the opportunity to have breakfast with the board. And hopefully maybe some of the new members will be able to attend. Will they be at that one possibly?
We also heard
They
that
will.
you're having a reception at 9 o'clock.
I was just
For
probably, I'm
the
like, wait a
outgoing-
minute, there's a reception in December for our outgoing board members, if anybody happens to be in the building. That will be at the end of the day on Wednesday. So, and our end of the day Wednesday will be probably around 11 o'clock AM. And then January, yes, we do have a welcome reception for our new board members.
But we'll have a breakfast for you all, and then you can go and have cake and ice cream.
Sounds great.
And I wanted to point out that the 15th is at Bishop Center. It's not here in the building. So the rest of the year, they will be here, but
So the 14th is here.
is here.
But the 15th will
So
be
we
at the
can have-
Bishop Center.
So it's
I
just
couldn't
breakfast
get it.
though.
Yeah.
It's just the breakfast, that's all that's on that day?
No, it's
No,
still
we have
full
a-
agenda.
So I was trying to figure out, okay, it's a.
No.
Well, that's just our meeting. I thought we just had the breakfast on the 14th.
Oh, no, we always
We have a
have,
meeting.
No, it's a whole,
That's
and
we have a 2-day meeting.
you'll want to get here about 7:30
Oh, okay.
that day.
Yeah, we do. It's a 2-day.
meeting is here though.
It'll be here on the 14th, and then she's got a schedule at the Bishop on the 15th.
Yeah.
So we'll be here the one day.
So come in Monday.
So what
Yeah.
hours, when you said 7:30 to?
Well, if they get here at 7:30, then they can find parking.
Okay,
Because
You get here at 8, it's.
and then till 3?
But you're asking,
Yeah.
what time for the meeting?
Yeah,
it'll be the same as the next day.
Like 9.
So
Because one of the things we'll have to spend quite a bit of time on is going over the SPP APR that we'll be submitting.
Okay, sorry.
And we'll talk, I know last year it took us probably an hour and a half to go over that. And then we got the virtual, we've got a couple of, I've got several.
And we had
notes
several
here.
things when we were planning, so
Yeah. So I
We'll have a
think,
lot.
We got a full 2 days.
yeah, we do.
yeah, we'll manage it.
Is that
one where we're trying to do something with the SICC?
Yes, the SICC,
part of
if they meet that day, that's been our problem. Stacy's right.
Are they supposed to? And she said that today, she and I talked today, and she said that they were going to be, I didn't clarify which day, but.
If you remember last year, we had it scheduled and the governor closed the state
Yeah.
offices because of an ice storm. And we ended up rescheduling on the 24th, so for 2 years in a row, we've missed meeting with the SICC. And I certainly would like to make sure, based upon our monitoring, that we have that opportunity.
So we can plan the weather, by looking at the data.
Okay, at this point, then I would say we're adjourned. Yeah, we have no more.
If anybody needs a
You could stay at 7.
Yeah, let us know if you have a parking ticket that you need to stand.
Back.
And you work with
Yeah.
Joyce on reimbursement.
Yes.
Plans.
Rebecca, I got what I have.
Joyce, do you have any reimbursement paper?
You always say funny
And
things.
it's okay.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
My life has opened up a great deal now.
That's
That the election is over, so if you wanna have coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hidden down there, the clover leaf. It's kind of off that path. Always, Waddell and Reed used to be back there as a lake.
Actually, it's a good place to make.
It will, it's a hidden place, so I'll text you dates and you can go in the morning rather than in the afternoon.
On the certification of it, with Julie, and she put this thing on to Susan or someone.
Yeah, Rich, one of our
He's on. Okay, I thought I knew who he was, but, because you know Christian as well.
Christian and now Richard, and he's in the RTAP program. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
No,
Chris, come back and you're like,
Did you put them all out or did they all die at the same time? 'Cause they're all locked down?
No, I think they died.
They must have been making noise because they were at the bottom.
Probably.
They were crackling and I was like.
And then now, after that, I
I was really confused, but then I was like, as I got closer to there, I'm like.
Yeah.
Yeah. The emission.